Oh, no transcoder options again. How y'all doing today? I'm Federico. Welcome, welcome. It's Monday. And it's time for some voice acting. How y'all doing today? Hope you all had a good weekend. Time for some fun. Let's see if we can catch up to the one case a day. We have the time. That's exactly where we are right now. Watch out. Hello, Judge Judy Slayer. Welcome to the channel. Interesting name. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. Just in time to get started with some Ace Attorney. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. Posted on Discords and random stuff. Let's get to it. Dun, 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 dun. Briar Road. We had to go meet Mr. Douchebag again. He has chips, but no fish. The Sholm Suite. Police are investigating and it's biting cold. Yeah, the police have to fucking do everything and cover like 20 miles? Like 10 miles? Like, really now? Sholm Suite. 2201B Baker Suite, home of the office of the most famous detective in the world. Can you really visit it? Do you think, oh, pinch me, I'm sure I must be dreaming. Right! It's just up the street or around the corner. You have to take a carriage?
Thank you very much. It's just up there on the end of the street. Goodbye. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Residence. February 12:53 p.m. The Sholm Suite. So this is where the great detective makes his living. Feels surreal to be here somehow. Why is your mail? Is described in the story? Is it described in the story as Miss Susato? Susato-san? many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. Never read the story, so it's kind of hard to get. She's quite as excited as it seems as she is. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears in the fog until down an unlit London street. Then the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't feel your heart thumping in your chest. This is why it's impossible to find, boyfriend, girlfriend. It's like, love is portrayed in such unrealistic ways. And the bad boys are also published about it. Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? I suppose I can, yes. Whatever. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. Ah, she's obsessed. Well, looks like our detective friend is at home at present. Excuse me, is anyone home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Oh, her. Hello. Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello? Wait. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go make some tea at once. That girl from the... Yeah, I'm sure it's the same girl. Sada, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? Yeah, the king of Bohemia came to visit the very room and asked Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The king of Bavaria? The King Wellman Gostrich Sigmund von Obsterich, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventure of Sherlock Holmes for a moment. Look over there. The tea is brewed. And I have a freshly baked cake as well. Yeah, it's you. Oh, now you fucking noticed. I knew it, so that the sound recognizes her too. And there you are. I've been taking that with you as well. It's looking for a trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Well, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGriddle's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you only just arrived here in London. Oh yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's a special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. So you're supposed to be look this color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed for alleviate fatigue, you see. Must be exhausted with your long voyage here. You have another chickish trial tomorrow. You're going to defend the Japanese man. I do wish you lots of luck. How do you know that? Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley? Do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger in a boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out for an errand today, even though he just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly after that. I don't know if she knows so much about us. Did she deduce all these things, you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholm's suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't even introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. So not Watson, but Wilson. I live here together with Hurley. Iris, is it? That's what a lovely name. What? What's the matter, huh? No, wait, this can't be. Not Watson, it's Wilson. Did you just say your name was Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? She's so flustered all of a sudden. Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryonosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotaba. How wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie and Runo. There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start. Yes, so do I. She's the one that freaking corrects his predictions, isn't she? She has to be the one that fixes his predictions. And probably writes the books. Holy shit, there's so much shit. Alright, let's start from the right. That table. What on earth is that big black lump over there? You've never seen a fucking typewriter? Ah, that's a fascinating thing called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quick, too. Ooh, that sounds like it'd be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Lots of spices. There's a charming little white shelf full of charming little balls, too. Oh, yes. Don't touch any of those. They might explode. Yes. Explode? Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them in exciting experiments? Yes, indeed. As Hurley as always says, chemistry is an explosive science. Sorry? What? I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world. Now, she means literally, not figuratively. Or perhaps he just meant it literally. Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. Nice little tea set. What a beautiful English tea set, and so neatly arranged. It's a favorite. It's a favorite pastime of mine. A herbal tea in the afternoon. I'm trying to make a voice for her. Tea made of herbs? Is it weed? That's right. I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends. One moment, don't go away. I brew up a special blend that just came up earlier today. She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. Ah, chalkboard, a blackboard. Yeah, chalkboard. That's my blackboard. I note down ideas. Ooh, interesting. Let's see. Black Peter? What does that mean? Is that like saltpeter? Don't you want to hear Miss Iris has to say, Naruhodo? I'll come back to that blackboard later. There's something important about this blackboard. Hey, we're investigating the room. It's our right as lawyers. A mysterious shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, and a busted Napoleon. That's a chess set. Ah, what an entrancing collection. This is the first time in my life I've seen a lonely shoe displayed as an ornament. Is that a Monopoly shoe? Oh, those are mementos that Hurley has collected from those past cases. You mean stolen? Really? Even the bust? Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to death. The poor defenseless emperor, Mr. Sholmes, destroys it. Yeah, and then he buys a new one. It must be nice to have money like that. You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor. Ah, how entrancingly bohemian of him. There's nothing else here. This tea set. Cards, a map, single shoe, fireplace. There's another shoe. I do like this fireplace. It's like one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in this country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker, it dances in the grate. Ah, so relaxing. We can't relax. Now we have so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Oh, it's just like it was described in the stories. Is it? Yes, exactly. Beside the Persian slipper, for example, are my chocolates of 11 C's. And transfixed by that large jackknife is my shopping list for the market. Dot dot dot. Oh, it's not quite how I remember it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Poor Suzanne, she looks crushed. A giant chest. Looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy and equally sturdy lock. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go opening things. Says who? I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous, says the bitch who fucking thrown us like 6 times already. How do you come to that conclusion? Oh, it's that chest. Contains some of the most valuable things. And it smells like you're not gonna... The smile is like... And the smile tells me you're not gonna give us a clue of what they are. A globe. There's all sorts of things in these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help but feel like the whole thing's gonna topple at any moment. I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much of those shelves. Good advice. He just wanted to look at... He wanted to look something up on one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in, he couldn't even get it out. So he went and bought a new copy instead. This guy is not a fucking smart person. See what we had to put up with? Even more shit. Alright, that's the shelf. A violin. I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called the violin, isn't it? Of course it is. Mr. Holmes is renowned for his violin playing. Oh, really? Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. Inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational. I mean, he started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese string instrument I could find. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London. Oh, yes, well... Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one. After a while, he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. So she does not play it well. So now it's merely an ornament in my room. It must have been an awkward conversation. Second ray strings. Having examined the violin before talking with Iris about the Wilson topic in episode 4. So yeah, I told you, you gotta check shit out. And it's a silver trophy. Why is there a skull there? Goblet. So now it's all leading up to whatever the fuck this shit is. It's like a pachinko machine of some kind. What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine? That is the Great Analytoscope. It'll analyze anything. Really. Anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it will help him help him with his investigations. What sort of things does he analyze with it? Do you know? Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet. Oh? Why not? Apparently, on the evening that he completed it, it suddenly occurred to him, I don't actually have anything I need to analyze. It took him a year to fucking make it, and I don't have anything to analyze. Oh dear. How about you, Rudo? You have anything you'd like to analyze? One thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. There's a lot of random trophies of like examining certain things before talking to certain people, or
like specific things that
yeah, like
trigger.
yeah, like learn like the third case I love. Oh, like you had to something about the origin of a certain hat, and then like you press on a specific thing like near the end of the case, and like oh, and then you hear the story of it. Like, so before asking her about something, examine his violin is like oh. You hear some other origin stuff, but I like how most things like have a check mark once you've checked it. So if it's if there's nothing else really important,
They did have like a check mark, like oh you already talked about this before, so unless it's like you're doing like the evidence or like pressing,
because it has that, and like it's a little bit more dynamic how it adds things instead of just adding things on the bottom. But like also like checking things actually does have a check mark once you for most places. Not everything has it, but. Alright. Look, my armband. Iris, can I show you this? Iris, can I show you this? Oh, how exciting. What is it? Tell me all about it. Oh, actually, I was hoping you might be able to tell me something about it. If anything comes to mind. Why would it? Well, no, I suppose it wouldn't. Yeah, tell me, I want to hear everything. This hasn't gone according to plan. Local map. Iris, let me show you this. Alright, so she is basically Watson. Are you sure you done everything we've needed to do, Mr. Naruhodo? Home office, a famous rural detective and a young companion, Iris. You know, it seems people from all over the globe have come to engage as consulting detective services. So before we talk about the Wilson topic, You had to check that out. So it was you we ran into the other day, was it? At the Old Bailey? Yeah, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. Sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time we would have rather had a large gun pointed at us. Like this? Gulp. Ah, thinking back now. You left with Miss Lestrada and Toad, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrada. Oh, Ginny? Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket. Professional at such a young age, right? So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Naughty. Are you referring to a trial-disrupting gun like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Huh, perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism on my invention. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that. She's angry and blushing, and she wouldn't apologize for my trusty, and so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Mr. Holmes. Sholmes. Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live together. Live here together. I know a great detective with such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Oh, no, not likely. What? Nani? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what's your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out the lodgings are kind of in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. A 10-year-old roommate? Why do you need to Why do you need rent? Well, what of your mother and father? Yeah. Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story there is. She said her last name was Wilson. So instead of Watson, I think it's Wilson. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, of course. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and... Oh, you have a copy of the Ranks magazine. Yes, I've read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. I told you. She's the one who's fucking right. My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They're really quite fascinating. That'd be a shame if I was the only one to ever hear them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night he was telling me about the new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. He didn't do shit, for the most part. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yeah, what makes you think like Sholmes has any fucking inkling of how to write? If he doesn't know what a fucking Japanese and Russian was, how do you think he knows what a fucking how to write, or that he has the time to write. Yep, I'll let you on a secret if you like. I'm gonna call the latest adventure the Speckled Band. The Speckled Band. Oh, that certainly is very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time I had no idea making a venomous snake would be the cause of the trouble. An idea of making the venomous snake the cause of the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholm's first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that the snake might not be a credible fit for the facts in the case, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it thrilling, I think, don't you? Hint, hint, they're not all true. So, do you mean to say it's not fact-based? It's mostly fiction. There's some fact, but it's fiction. Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes in the published Ass magazine fiction? All written by me? Yes, on a wonderful and very modern typewriter. And very fictional. But the stories are I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. That's her pen name. So that sounds getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name is what really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? Oh, that's true too. I'm a doctor of medicine. Yes. This is a very interesting story. Yes, that's a Fox News, yep. Not gonna bother to justify or read that right now. No, at 10 years old? At 10 years old. Well, that's really quite incredible. But I wanted to mate with him. Dr. Wilson's the English gentleman. Poetic license. It's a pen name. Ah, yes. I did alter the settings slightly, so the stories to be more compelling. Fiction. Oh. Well, it sounds like a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective of a 10-year-old girl in tow. Yeah, you're right, it is kind of strange. Dot. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san, looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. Actually, let me get some sugar. I want some sweets from the front. Vanilla, well, powdered, and chocolate donuts. Of course, my sister in clothes as well. Your deduction just now. But before. Yes, what's on your mind, Rudo? Bruno, tell me. How did you know that Al was a lawyer? We only just arrived in London, I mean. Oh, and we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How'd you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please tell us everything you did. How you did it. Please explain every detail. Of course. I'll be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. First of all, I already knew that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I mentioned yesterday at the Old Bailey and the defendant's antechamber. You also said we only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and a ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. I was reasonably confident that you only just arrived in this country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against a particular prosecutor. Tell me you are unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey? Yeah, I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison in order to meet the suspect, weren't you, earlier today? It's not a club stamp? They use those stamps to keep the close comings on eye and the comings and goings, you see? I didn't realize. And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So this told me that even though you only arrived yesterday, that you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGriddle. The two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate in local prison. However, none of you were wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. How could you have known that the trial is set tomorrow? Well, I had barely been in home a few hours yesterday and hardly yet solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Clearly must have been jackass Mr. Natsume. Now, Rudo has a fancy Japanese sword. Yeah, I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So put two and two together, you decide it must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. Stop. And there was only one conclusion the facts led to me to. We both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Well, we said that... Stop. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing you nose with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. And it was actually correct, mostly. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. They were actually better than freaking what's his name. You even managed a certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? So, yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after a sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. The great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was stabbed in a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking man stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking stooped man. Mr. Natsumi is without a doubt, beyond a doubt. Soseki-san said he didn't see anyone else in that scene, that street at all. So it seems that there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great detective powers to determine at the man's address. His lodging room was very nearby, directly there with the police, and what do you find? A short, shifty-looking stooped man, shivering in fear. Mr. Schultz's great deduction hit the mark at that time. Of course he did. He's a great detective. You've seen how bad his deductions are. We've had to fix him twice already. Still, that means that the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Sure, tomorrow is too soon for a trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. No. Scotland Yard's doing best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. Exactly. That's terrible. That's terrible. Suppose a harsh reality working in the world's greatest justice system. Suppose it is, but in this case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. It's been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. You happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? So you guess you'd like to have some questions. Yeah, I'd like to ask him some questions of the case as well. Well, Inspector Curley is still investigating the scene. Of course, the case reminding Mr. Natsumi, you mean? Yep, Mr. Nuts. May. Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. Leave now, you could probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where his lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Do you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Oh, yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case, give Grexy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? 5 shilling pence and a postcard, it seems. Card from Mr. Gregson, a message in the back rise. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? It's called a bribe. Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm returning to my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, back to the scene of the crime. Stop threatening me with a punch. Somewhere dubious I find an expert to influence. So somewhere dubious that the man would exert any influence over the man of Scotland Yard. This is a 5 shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown. Yeah, so you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want just by a single one. Ah, this is the most popular 10-year-old in the world. How much 5 shillings, by the way? What's it really worth? Well, it's probably enough to buy the chips the inspector could probably eat for a whole month. So $5 will buy you that much? That's greasy. Tell the gentleman back here whatever he wants to know. Trust that won't be a problem. Iris Wilson. Iris's little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Trust that won't be a problem. Yep, the handwriting is adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruhodo. I hope the inspector will tell us what we want to know when he reads it. You don't think he'll just make his munching, piping hot chips until he steams out of his ears, don't you? Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. Yeah. So somewhere dubious that they could extract influence on the Scotland Yard. Back to the scene with Iris's curious note and the world's heaviest silver coins in the other. Well, yeah, once you talk with her, you don't have much of a chance to examine all that. Dun, 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 dun. So we're investigation part 2. February, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road. Oh, the police are still. Hello, Gerare. Welcome with the raid. How are you doing today? God is in the middle of some voice acting and some Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Hope you had a fun stream. What were you playing? Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Oh, nice. Yeah, you mentioned you were playing that before. On the 2.0 version of the game, essentially. Yep, again. Perfect. Let's go find the Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll break from his chips to look at the silver tip Iris gave him for us. Ah, there he is. Ah, shit, what voice did I have for him? Oh, I remember now. Anything new to inspect? Nothing new to inspect. Okay, so we can go straight to our act. Also got to the point where the story where I wanted to reach there. Oh, nice. Certain dungeons work a certain way. And thank you for the follow, which I thought you were before, but I guess not. And you know, and that wasn't the first time you've been here. You've been here before, but not everyone does follow. Some people, yeah, like you said, forget. Alright. Let's try to talk to him first before we bribe him. We learned the truth of Sherlock Sholmes and Iris Wilson instead of Sherlock Holmes and Watson. I did post a Twitter post about that. Sir, your name has a few typos. That's how you get around copyright and other, infringements rights, huh? You call him Sherlock Sholmes. We're about to meet him after this again. This guy is a fucking ass, but I have my voice for him from the detective from the Ace Attorney trilogy. Oh, he has nothing to tell us. Okay, so we start with the bribe. Iris's postcard with a 5 pence on it. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy for a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. That's close, almost at his voice. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here, at once! Give it here! Give it here! This for me! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously. It's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee. That's what it is. It's called a bribe, sir. An appearance fee? Oh, I see you mean... That's right. For the great adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time. Every time. Ah, yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector, it must be difficult for you. Eating his chips. I would love a fish and chips right now. I missed shit, jeez, what were those called over here? Oh yeah, it's voice acting. I know that feeling since my case is a bit weird since the game text is in German, but the parts are all voiced in English. I know what you mean. So I read the text in German and then the characters talk again in English. I know, like what was the other game that it has in English like SAO and other games and the new Yakuza Like a Dragon, the first one to actually be voiced in English, but you could also put it in Japanese. It's so weird listening to some of the classic characters and speaking English, even who was in there. I was able to finish it. I could get the platinum for it, but it's take a bit more effort for it. That and what other game was it? Judgment. Also, Judgment is basically continuing the Yakuza world, and it's also in English. But it's from the Yakuza 6 time frame and on. Oh yeah, I want to get the platinum for this too when we get a chance. I haven't decided yet. I might get the platinum for this also, since we only need a few trophies. After 186 and a half hours. I don't know how much more I want to play of this game. But yeah, I had my special voices for everyone in the trilogy. And I was able to get everything. I had to go back for a few trophies, but... as you can see, I've gotten 28 platinum over the years. Sorry, Inspector, but that must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know, eh? Oh, platinum. The game is that too much for me. It depends on the game. Some are worth the effort. Some are not bad. Like Katamari is okay. You just play the game, beat all the stages. But then for the platinum, there's two things you have to actually work for. One, get all the presents in the game. Two, collect all the items in the game. That one was in there for Katamari Forever, which was my other platinum for a Katamari game. But some games are just, play them through like a Telltale game. Some are not too bad. Like my brother is about to platinum Returnal, and I honestly want to play it and finish it. I never got to do that. What's my more recent one besides that? Maneater was fun to platinum. That was just basically get all the collectibles in the game. Indivisible was a great story. There was very little extra things to do. Persona is a bit different. I had to go back a bit too. I had to finish Death Stranding. Yeah, Walking Dead. Just play the game. You get a platinum. Control. This was an awesome game. There was no add-ons or anything with that. And it was an awesome game to get a platinum on. Which apparently it's been 2 years now since the game came out. Control was a great story and how it was all done. It was given for free for Plus also, so a lot of people who didn't get to play it, it has the complete edition, so it has all these extra add-ons too. Yeah, for free. Epic also, I guess, yes. Epic has had some weird things for free. The Telltale games, just play them and you get a platinum. Some may have a little extra things you gotta do, but yeah. Batman, the Telltale series. I hate that the pictures from PS4 didn't transfer over. It was a local thing. Yakuza, I could possibly have gotten it. There wasn't really much left. Yeah, Wolfenstein: The Old Blood, that took some effort. Guardians of the Galaxy, I had to play through the game basically 3 times. Also Telltale. Back to the Future, the Telltale story, yep. A reimagining of the classics game. Let's see, South Park. Use every available toilet in South Park and achieve the highest mastery for each level for each. Yes, you have to master using a toilet. That was a minigame. What else have I platinumed? Final Fantasy 15. None of these add-ons existed when I beat the game when it came out. That one had a few things extra to go through, but most of it you get through the story. Except fighting adamant toys and some other things, maxing out your stats. There's a lot on my list of the stream. Yeah, like Control, yeah. Darksiders. I got Darksiders for free, or when it was free. I still have not played it. I saw a friend play it. I never finished Persona 4. I never got gold in that. We had that discussion. Should be gone Tensei 3. Actually, my sister just got that. So after we finish Skyward Sword HD, Shin Megami Tensei 3 will be the next game I play on Switch Sunday. I just started Skyward Sword this weekend, so part 1 was there. We're making progress in the game. Cyberpunk, I had to finish the story. I barely at the beginning. Playing, of course, on the hardest difficulty. Let's see. Second playthrough of Horizon. I still haven't finished Horizon Zero Dawn, even though I ordered the DLC. Thief. Oh, I remember Thief. I played a bit of it before. Ooh, a long time ago. My friend, when it was on PC, like my cousin gave me the game to play. Infamous. Now this we're going back a bit for this platinum. 2014. Infamous Second Son. I don't think I ever got to finish the first one, even though I should have. I was missing a few collectibles. My favorite series of all time, Castlevania Lords of Shadow. Favorite series of all time. Sadly, they finished the story with Lords of Shadow 2. I hate that they finished the story, but it was a great story. Resident Evil 6. First time I Persona 5 Roll and Persona 5 Strikers. Oh yeah, that's the fighting one, right? The Strikers. PS Vita game, Uncharted Golden Abyss. That was a long time ago, 2012. Trying to remember what are Final Fantasy 13 2. That was a fun game to get everything from the game. Like you actually wanted to get everything from that. 2012. 531. We're almost to the last of the platinums. There's a few older ones. Portal 2. That was an awesome platinum. A few of them you had to do little extra things, but 2011. It's quite fun to play. Pay to unlock your game plus. I hate that too. Like Yakuza, I wish you could just start on Legend. Judgment also. Nope, you gotta play hard and then you get unlock Legend difficulty. Or play normal and then you unlock Legend. Couple games I never had. So Monkey Island. I remember Monkey Island. How long ago was this shit? 2010. I don't play it again most of the time because I hate the same exact story. But Ratchet and Clank, I basically did over again because I loved it so much. Modern Warfare 2. You don't want to load? Assassin's Creed 2. This, cracking time. 10-year anniversary of this game. And the new one, Rift Apart, is basically there's a lot of references to guns and stuff from a cracking time. Come on now, load. I want to see. Show me. Ah. There we go. 2009. Katamari Forever, Uncharted 2, Call of Duty World at War. Oh, the Ghostbusters, the video game. You're basically the fourth Ghostbuster. That was also a really old game. 2009. Ultimate Genesis Collection. I don't remember that many of the games from that too much. But yeah, my history of gaming. 2008, since when our trophies were first introduced. There's a couple more recent ones. Friend I mentioned played Yakuza, actually played Ghostbusters. It was a fun game. You had to basically play it twice though. One because you had to do under 10,000 damage, so I didn't even try that the first time. I just destroyed everything possible to destroy. Everything possible to destroy. Yeah, like I said, you basically become the fourth Ghostbuster. Or rather, fifth Ghostbuster? I don't remember. You become the next person to basically continue the series. I highly recommend Indivisible. You'll probably love that series. It actually has the Symmetra as the goddess. She's the main antagonist of the game. Her voice actress played Kali. But yeah, I beat Ratchet and Clank, and then I played it again because I wanted to get the Omega Rhino, and then I was halfway through the game by the time I got a million bolts to get it, the Omega version. And I said, screw it, let me just keep going through the game. I'm still speedrunning through it. And in the same playthrough, like 3 hours later, I finished the entire, from when I finished the game, I beat the game again. And I got all the Omega versions. There's very few games that will make me want to replay that over again, and that was one of the few ones that I wanted to do that with. One of the very few ones that ever made me want to do that. Yeah, as you can see, my Cyberpunk progress is very lacking. Alright, back to the game. Let's go. Yeah, so what do we know, eh? Sorry. Tell the gentleman in black what he wants to know. I trust there won't be a problem with this. Obviously it's not my problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Yeah, it's the same for me. Like, I thought it would be cool to replay Vampire. I heard of Vampire. I have a lot of Souls-like games I have to finish. I never finished Dark Souls 2 or 3. Did 1. I never finished Sekiro. I never finished Code Vein. I still remember the Code Vein car at TwitchCon at a hotel nearby. They had the Code Vein car 2 years ago. The first and only time I've been to TwitchCon. They didn't catch me like I did the first time. You're like, yeah, 'cause you already know, like, if the story changes or stuff, that's one thing. Like, you have good and evil. But then other times, like, certain games, it's the exact same thing again. It's like, it hits a little less when you're skipping all the cutscenes of the story, but it's like, for the second time, it still feels like the same playthrough. Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of the Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustache Japanese fellow. He lives right in old hovel. It's just right over there. Look. Vampire is an awesome game. It puts you into the inner conflict of the vow to help people because you're a doctor, and at the same time you have to kill people to survive. I like it, boys. It's twice story-wise. Yeah, like, you know, the things that experiment with interesting stories, like. There's a few games that have done something similar like that, where it does work really well. Like Returnal. Returnal had a great story that you slowly unlocked, and it's the first bullet hell game I played in a while. But Returnal had like a story that you know, little by little, that like you're finding out why everything is, why are you here on this planet, and everything else. What's the true story behind everything? And it's also a hard game. And it's really random. The game may be easy on you, and the game may fuck you over at times. I've had a playthrough where I got like 12 malfunctions in an hour. Everything that could possibly give me malfunction gave me a goddamn malfunction. I always had to do something to get rid of it. I enjoy the read not to finish for years the Xenoblade Chronicles. Oh, that was over my last Switch games I finished. Xenoblade Chronicles, 120 hours. I loved Xenoblade Chronicles 1. Xenoblade Chronicles 1 was an awesome game. Sad that, you know, they did remaster it, I think, yeah. And it looked really well. Like, I didn't care that when I went to a new town, I got 30 fucking quests to do. I did all the quests, but like 1 or 2 by the end. I wanted to do more, but like, you know, it was an extremely fun game. And I played the game, they also had the like a 20-hour game where it's supposed to kind of bridge between the first and the second game, but didn't really do much. That was fun. I almost got the last trophy of that, but I got the extra boss for the Nopon story. But Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I hated every fucking minute of it. Especially like from a great Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition to the graphical mess of 2. Like, yeah, the girls were cute and everything else, but story-wise, the story was okay. All the quests and grinding and everything else just made it freaking feel shit. And I didn't want to leave the game complete. I did all the characters I was using and stuff. I did their side stuff. Because every special 5-star, basically, summon had a thing like that. But 142 hours. That's how long it took me to beat 2. I hated almost every minute of that game, and I was still able to fucking finish it because I wanted to finish the story. It didn't vaguely tie in anything to the first game until basically chapter 7 of the 8 or 9 chapters the game had. Then you're getting a vague hint tie-in, especially like when the main bad guy is using the Monado and shouting all the Monado moves. It's like, that is the majority of the fucking tie-in. They don't explain much of the Monado or anything else about it. It's just, I hated 2, but 1 was awesome. Yeah, that's what I played, the remastered on the Switch. The Mekonis, yeah, listening to the battle music. 1 was great. 2 was just, I wish they would have remastered it too. Maybe it would have been more enjoyable. Like Skyward Sword HD, I'm pretty sure it graphically looks a lot better than Skyward Sword original. Let me upset how the story starts to stretch towards the end. Like you think it's gonna be over, and then 10 hours later, yeah. There's some games that kind of did that. This game does that. Oh, I'm finishing the first case. I'm finishing up the case. I should be done soon, so my brother can play. An hour and a half later, 2 hours later. Oh, now I'm finally got done with the first case. It was almost resolved. Though. Nope, not yet. and it did that. First case took 6 hours. Normally in the Ace Attorney trilogy, like the first case is like 2, or just the introductions of. No, this game, each case has been roughly 6 fucking hours. And I'm blowing through these cases like one each playthrough on Mondays. I didn't do Overwatch today because season is ending in 2 days, so I don't really want to waste time on the matches when a lot of people throw to get back to a lower rank and get easier matches. That's his house. And the first floor of the house, in the corner where that wrecked bicycle popped up. That is nearby indeed. The frickin' suspect, our defendant, lives right there. If I remember rightly, the landlord is Mr. John and Gabrielle. Right then. Right well. If you see her again, make sure you give her ladyship regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sent his very best wishes. Why are you crushing your chips, man? And like I said, there's about a 20-hour part after you beat the game. There's a little mini extra story that you can play in the first game. So when you do finish the story, it continues a little bit from that point. It's supposed to tie into the second game, but it had nothing to really tie into the second game. A slight spoiler: you're nowhere near the Draconis or the shit. I forgot the name of the two mechs already. You're not anywhere near there. So it's like you're playing an entirely different area. No even mention of the Monado or anything. That's how 2 is. That's why I also hated 2. Really here in Germany at 10:30 p.m. No problem. I hope you have a good night and thank you for stopping in with the raid. I have work all day tomorrow. My 12.5-hour shift from 8:30 a.m. Eastern until 9 o'clock at night. So there will be no stream tomorrow, but Wednesday I'll be back with some Judgment. So you get to see the Yakuza world in nice HD in English, if you're on. After I drop my sister off and pick her back up from the college, so I'll probably be on about 4 Eastern, which is probably the time right now you're gonna get off. So we'll see how it goes. Have a good night. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now and then. Goodbye for now and then. Long live her ladyship. No, you're gonna get banned, Mr. Wanna Get Famous. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Copy. Bot created August 13th. Bot. Report. Cancel. Report. Chat message. Malicious links, bot accounts, or spam. Attempts to scan community members. Paste. Submit. And ban. Lindsay told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go see what we can find at Mr. Nasumi's lodgings? Definitely. New location's been added. Top of the houses. We haven't been here yet. I wonder what awaits us. So he gets an appearance fee. So, since he's a real person used in the story, so Makes sense. Let me put these away. Alright. Why is there a fucking cannon in the goddamn living room? Mr. Nasuma's lodgings. And actual cannon shells. Artillery shells. May I help you? Ah yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Geridib? Indeed it would be, sir. Who may I say is calling? I'm in person. My name is Nosuke Naruhodo. I am, Mr. Naruhodo is presenting Mr. Soseki Nasume. I believe he has lodgings here? She perked up and then whatever. You should very much like to ask him some questions about our client. She perked up again. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Geridib. What is that on the floor over there? Did you see that, Mrs. Otto? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone standing in English society employs a number of household staff. That was the first time I ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better and better. It certainly feels like we arrived now, doesn't it? You'll need to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. I'm not sure if I'll go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Geridib will see you now. This way. Wow, he looks pompously rich. We couldn't see him before? No. Sure you got everything you need to, Mr. Naruto? We can't even present. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing here? Oh my! It's real! I thought it might have been a replica. That old thing? Ah, it's a little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? Isn't it overkill? Be prepared, I always say, but you never know what this twisted world's gonna throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be a trouble brewing, Mr. Geridib? Always is. Just take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Drives him over the barrel, you see. They drive very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It has been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. I will say this looks like a Confederate uniform of our own country. Notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Geridib. Do you enjoy reading? Every experienced London winter boy. The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. Easy, just pipe to rotate this thing. Oh, there's a copy of the Great Ace magazine there, I see. Geridib enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, too. The great detective has many followers, it would seem. Uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been looked well after, though. That old thing is that much better than the rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garment at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling in the past, me. I would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the old piece of memorabilia lying around, doesn't it? Oh, I see. Perhaps you should leave the past in the past. How about the rifle right there? No? There's something right there. I would say it looks like a freaking tampon thing, but I don't think they have that at this era. Are those mortar shells? They're enormous. Ah, I didn't notice. What are they doing here? And about to roll off the shelf too. Ah, those old things. A couple of the rounds I accidentally fired into a barracks during training, you know. They gave a big colorful regiment folklore, that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They only scrap iron after all, usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come useful, do you? Useful for what exactly? Yes, well... Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day when she was dusting. Oh no! I hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know? Maybe reconsidering throwing them away? Is that a Doctor Who phone booth behind there? Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yeah? It looks like someone's trying to hide something from you. What would be behind it, I wonder? I'm gonna have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem. Maybe let's not, Mrs. Otto. I think the maid's gonna head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem. A lion. That portrait of Mr. Gallop is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Gallop as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion in the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yeah. It seems to be coming back from the local pawnbroker of the little trinket. Seems to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell something and came out with that thing. Point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving that place with something I don't need. A lion ornamental does seem surplus to the requirements. So that's under the pulling her punches, or her throws for that matter. How about the medal? That looks like a Medal of Honor. And it's showcased in a very grand manner. You know, it's a very important medal. Yes, this is a play with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. That old thing. Sorry. I should be grateful to see it back, but the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. That was the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way. So he just polished the so it's just polished to shine by accident, I suppose. There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, for distinguished participation. The participation medal. Sounds like the kind of honors even I would be in line for. Well, Well, one doesn't need to blow out one's own trumpet bells, given that for my time in the army. Participation trophy. Can't measure an officer by a number of medals in his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. Alright. Ah, food. Again, we can't look at the tampon yet. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up, it looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It's quite the English way. It was Mr. Gallup's custom to make 2 cakes with his tea. To take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes in the stand. Well, naturally. I'm trying to remember her voice. It would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Gallup doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. Magnanimous. This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, don't you say? Yeah, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. That old thing? Yeah. It's a cheap piece of ironmongery. Gimcrack, really. Gimcrack. Oh? Used it when I was studying, you know, for my commission. I know it's old, but it's hardly worth hanging on to, really, but, well, it still has its uses sometimes. Of course. Doesn't everything in this room have an elaborate story behind it? They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories. The wall. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken, and the crockery is, oh dear, it's in pieces, yeah? And, yeah, the shelf is completely destroyed. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that Chinaware justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at all. Yeah, probably something like that. Let's not delve too deeply here. The window. This window looks over the Briar Road where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? I can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of the winter, sir. Sorry. As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in this pot. No Londoner will go opening windows at dusk at the middle of winter, I assure you. Seems very like these two have seen the incident then. Alright. All we have left is them. Good day to you. Good day to you. John Gary them at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Rinosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot in the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwan. Don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but I had to withdraw from service. And over the reins of some up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now. I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite the climb there to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. We haven't gotten up there yet. Oh, this is on the second floor, I guess. You must really need more exercise, Mr. Naruto. Do you think so? Oh, Mr. Garrett, you are no doubt were very courageous to earn that medal yourself. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like you to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly display it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Damn it, old woman! Be careful! Oh, dear me, I beg your pardon. Do beg your pardon, sir. Oh, you jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. Shall be more careful, sir. So anyways, there you have it. Living a quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I did hear you want to know about that chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yeah, so it shouldn't be very great for you to answer some questions for us. Only to please, naturally. Especially if it helps keep the peace here in the Blighty. I forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as you are aware. Did you now? Oh shit, I haven't logged in for today. I completely forgot about that. Oh, is it? Had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house. Would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch a chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of the Rents magazine here, so... Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's Sosaki-san's room. It's a bally nuisance, as it is. This whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. It's jolly unsettling. Jeez, we had to go all the way up there to fucking... We're not allowed to just converse normally. Let me take care of this real quickly in this game. Remember, as long as war's ended... Steal for some wood. I investigated early, but there's nothing over there. Might as well use all my things here real quick. About Mr. Natsume. Jeez, I have a lot of things I had to do here, like, because I didn't do my usual break and stuff where I do stuff. Kind of missing a lot of things here. I would normally do this before I started, but I didn't have much time before I had to take my sister to classes. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that right now. I should have did that earlier. So, Mr. Asumi then. Mr. Garrett, please do tell us. Ah yes, a Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. $210, $254, jeez, I'll take that $254. I have 2 lodgers at the time, most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just above us. First room became available a week ago. Ah! Dash it all, Joan. Do be careful. Oh my goodness. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Well, you always have your fucking eyes closed. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort for the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? Because he's foreign. He just seems to have the most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. That man's a shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. Said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's gonna do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. Wouldn't be calling this man as a witness, that's for sure. Is there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Oh, yes, there was something. And she's dying to tell us. The shady lodger. And an incident 2 days ago. Oh, that was the outside. Have you noticed anything at all else about your lodger, Miss Satsumi? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room, absolutely stuffed full of books. That's more than anyone could ever read. Yes, reading shady as shit. And he's never so much as passes the time with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. Well, why would they? He's come here from a foreign fucking country. Who would come visit him? He just trots off in that old bookshop every day. Comes back with five to light the gas fire. It's a little funny that man is up past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night, but I've never known a Japanese fellow to retire any later than 2 in the morning. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Nasume's routine? Oh! I understood that neither of the lodgers lived on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yeah. Damn, I forgot his voice. And that's right, yeah. They're both below us, the first floor and the street level. Then how is it you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times of their comings in the evening, for example, and even at times they go to bed. Good grief, John! Be more careful, woman. Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. Yeah, that shady maid for one thing. Alright. I know I didn't do her first voice, like I don't even remember what it was anymore. Seems the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed the window which overlooks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. That's gonna win. It's gonna rain here. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? $5 is dinner time in the Garib household. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. I'd have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else in the ordinary then? Such as... anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well... yes, was there something then? Well, it was particularly similar around that time of short there. For the love of God, John, watch what you're doing. Why is she still employed there? Oh dear me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. She's trying to frickin' murder him by boiling him to death. Of course, sir. If I may, the narrow holler... yes? I have an exceedingly good memory as far as I remember. None of the things significant took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really, Mr. Garrett? The way you were talking before, it sounded like you might have been something. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just trifling matter, really. Nothing. Ah! Gosh darn it, John. What's the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. She is being shady and suspicious. ... Oh yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down for a quiet, uneventful meal, Joan? That's right, Mrs. Garrett. What's the matter with these two? She's hiding something. Sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what? I wish I knew. Mr. Natsuma's room. That woman has filled so much shit, like I said, she's trying to murder him. As a maid who probably cooks and cleans and everything else, she would very easily do that. And asking him to send on my gathers. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsuma's room is on? Why, certainly. It's just below us on the first floor. So, Mr. Sholm's investigating there as we speak. Yes. Told me that Nats, his name, was asked to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Well, he lied. Mr. Natsuma engaged Mr. Holmes' services? No. He lied. You know what that is, woman? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsuma's room, I mean? Yep, I don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with this case, but we'll have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, you can speak to Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll tell us more. How he basically made an innocent man go to fucking jail. Don't you just love how they lie? Like, oh yeah, he asked me to look into his room. As he is not gonna do that. Okay, now I'm done with the game. Well, this will be ready in 7.5 hours. So after midnight. Located and added. Even though the lowest for all, English rooms are so splendidly colorful. In his household, the landlord, Mr. Garrett, his wife, occupied by the landlord. Mr. Garrett and his wife. The widow looks out over Briar Road below. Window looks out. His wife? Where's his wife? Nasuma's room. Dark room rented by a visitor, a scholar of the East Empire of Japan, named as Sosetmi Nasuma. He's probably hiding in some fucking corner. 19 February. Mr. Natsuma's room. What? Just look at this place. And the smell it. It's so musty in here. Suppose the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. And a cat. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. Well, you're a very sheltered girl. Nope, me either. You're a sheltered boy. So dark here, too. Window's fucking boarded up. Is that the window over there? Oh, that was the window, I think. Yeah, once upon a time. For some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. That's where Miss Asumi lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? Oh, that's true. According to what Mr. Garrett had told us, that great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Once we investigate everything. Well, let's start with the cat. And away he goes. Oh my, what a adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after the books while his master's away? I don't know about that. He disappeared into the pile of books as quickly as a flash. A striped-colored Mickey, was it? Do they have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. brought the little creature to him from Japan. That made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. That seems to be wedged in the crevice between a mountain of books on either side. Suppose Mr. Nasuma will sit here and read while he's stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering of tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's that? It's a receipt from the second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yeah, Mr. Nasuma's name is on it. Look, the date of the purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. The day of the incident. That looks promising. That's the sort of thing that's just a short while before they embroiled in a terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying the old books. Second-hand book receipt was added to the court record. Showing Mr. Nasuma's room for the books he had just purchased in a second-hand bookshop before the incident occurred. Mr. Natsuma customer. The sum of 2 shillings he tendered the receipt of a picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gaboriou, Canterbury earnings. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature and they smell so musty. With the volume of books in hand, you'd never short of reading materials, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. Bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the books on the bottom of that pile now will ever be read again. Ah, so reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime. Just as the tea ceremony teaches us. What? I certainly didn't expect conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Another cat thing. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Sure, Mr. Asuma didn't bring Maneki Neko all the way here from Japan with him. I don't think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Aren't you forgetting enormous Duramadol that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Asuma wanted the same. His cat is beckoning good luck for him. Not doing a very good job so far, is it? Mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why am I such a giveaway? There's something back there. Appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. Wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here too. Is it a vibrating bed? Ah, I believe it's a gas meter from Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes, it seems that there's a piped gas in this district which customers must pay by putting coins in the meter. Well, at least you only get the gas when you want it. So you would put a coin in this slot. That would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for a whole night. So if you were too poor to have a coin, you would spend the night in the dark and freezing cold? That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. Brr, London is a scary place. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them in English. Looks like the waste paper basket is so full that it's just fallen out. I think Mr. Nasuma must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. One and the same. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one point in time. Although the remains of the frame and some bricks around now. Is this really a wall then? Why wouldn't deliberately brick up like that? They probably broke the window. With the cannon fire. I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Asuma painted the bricks design on the fitted whimsy. That's alarmingly feasible. And whatever the reason, that lack of ventilation here makes this place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up here in his room like this will be extremely trying. And as soon as we investigate the last thing, you know who's gonna fucking appear. Nothing else to investigate? And there he fucking is, now that we've investigated. He was not there before. A man with books? He must be evil. Aha! Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? He was literally not there when we first started. He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, you two. Oh, no. Ah, you two. Good day. The detective voice. Now, let me see. Where was it where we met? Oh, Mr. Schultz, we were together in the SS Bruya. Yes, of course, the Bruya. That's not the voice, I think it's different. Let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Sagi, he died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. No, the other fucking way around. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asagi. The one where the snake, wasn't? The snake was not the fucking issue. Oh, Well, you seem to remember something of it at least. What an honor would be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Holmes. This is Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam. Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. I pride myself in a superior knowledge or recollection. Names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Suzato. Wrong. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. You lose every round. I lose the first round. In truth, I hoped to invite you both to my baker's suite the other day when we arrived. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me in the railway station and whisked me away to the crime scene. An entirely trivial case, of course. Solved in a matter of no more than 30 minutes. So I pretend Celesky in that short of an amount of time. I'm afraid the pursuit of new cases dulled my recollection of the past involvements a little. A little? It's a mistake to think that one's brain attic is the last walls and extended to any extent. Do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the new useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom. You know, from the interest study entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, is there no need to quote yourself? I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. It means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about your trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I shall be too pleased. This is a musky room and an apt place for a discuss of the murky case. Nothing new. Natsuma's arrest. Mr. Garrett, the landlord. The dingy room. Yeah, he gets my gumshoe voice. You know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student named of Soseki Natsume. Seems like you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside of here in the Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, yes, I believe that was the name, rather along those lines. Mr. Natsume denies it. Was he really justifiable to arrest him with so little? I'm sorry, Miss Suzato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? Nani? Can't believe he was looking at Suzato squarely in the eyes while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I was not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as that the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? Sure, you have no recollection of accusing your company of the crime. Yes, you did. That's why the fucking police arrested him, you dumb shit. That's entirely why the police arrested him. But that doesn't make any sense. The good detectives of Scotland Yard made the following request to me, I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man fleeing the scene of crime. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement of the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop which had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, would you say? I believe there's a receipt on here somewhere from the establishment in question. So, you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? Well, that I could not tell you. That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties. Hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in the bibliography. But not be deceived and believe that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Mr. Gary, the landlord. Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garrett, a retired military man. It wasn't the first time I ever met a soldier from a Great Britain institution in the services. And then it was the first time I ever met a maid from the Great British institution, that is, service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, the households in London employ a maid. Many households. Yes, I read about a Great British Primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has become a betoken social standing of these dwellings therein. Betoken the social standing? Sorry? Simply put, my dear fellows, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelon society, of course, households have enough to employ a staff of constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, those who are precariously bound between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is the first importance. I had no idea. And it's precisely for this reason that I found my simulation of this situation upstairs. Specifically for the retired military army, Mr. John Garrett. Oh. Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes the circumstances of this case, I am yet to unable to ascertain. I am thoroughly lost on what he means to say. The receipt of the books of the stooped Japanese friend in his purchase. Covered that yesterday morning. Marvelous find, wouldn't you agree? Yes, that will truly be a great detective. What a scatterbrained individual he must have left it behind. Curious. There was no mention of his publication on the receipt. When you consider how fascinating it is. You mean that everyone in London buys Rance magazine every time they visit a shop? Yes, odd indeed. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, how expertly you slipped that into the conversation. I'm glad you agree. Detective stories are works of literature too, my dear fellow. Local map. Have you seen this, Mr. Sholmes? Shh. I must have silence. It's important. First importance of the throes of a deduction of nothing irrelevant distracts me. Oh, sorry. Cloudy hanging to fair, perhaps. You were in the throes of losing the water? Mr. Naruhodo, please. Despite apprehensions to the contrary, I'm a professional. If I am to unleash my deductive powers in that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash. I don't think you need to make any deductions about it. I was just wondering if you might know. Mr. Naruhodo, as a professional, I insist that if I'm to offer my opinion on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash. See Mr. Solmes's eye on an expensive copy of the complete works of Shakespeare. Yes. Yes, the stand and the stand amid rapturous applause. It has been a long dream of mine, yes, you know. Literally, I have no idea. Dingy room. This room is sternly suffocating our soul, my dear fellow. I assure you that any man who dwells in a place such as this will stab someone sooner or later. Mr. Astuba has stabbed no one. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Have you any idea? No window? No window? Well, I mean, you can clearly see there's a window of sorts. That's been completely blocked by bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax. Window tax. What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. So read through this, a tax was levied on households country with by a number of their windows. Those with lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly closed up windows. While the rich openly open windows here, there and everywhere, and effort to curry favor with those powerful by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. That makes no fucking sense. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed. Disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago and thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, you see. In squalid lodgings such as these, for example. Squalid? Suppose Mr. Nasume's stipend for living here isn't very generous, perhaps. So it would appear. Done a little digging. Discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Because it is. Apparently Mr. Nasume only moved here in about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe that the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of this accommodation. No? Still, it's surprising. There's little relevance here. The matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruto. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of the law? You remember that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Nasume, was it? ... Not sure. Not sure, on what grounds? Well, I've actually defended someone in court here yesterday. Really? Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on a mission realized, and so promptly, too. Thing is, it really made me question things, and am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? That has nothing to do with your profession. Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Asuma didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't had the first idea. Oh, but that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. Couldn't possibly ignore him. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there was a witness who swore to have seen the same man commit the crime. That's all I can say. And one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with certainty whether or not this is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Gardev is. Mr. Sholmes said as much before, didn't he? Anyway, at present, this is really all that plays into my mind for relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as a yet investigation has uncovered nothing that could help us establish Mr. Natsuma's innocence. No, you're right. It's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadev's secret. Just remember, you can't be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove relevant or not. But he wishes success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. And he's gone. Busy man indeed. He's gone back up. He's gone back to the book in the corner of the room. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, so true. To be or not to be is indeed a question, Mr. Naruhodo. To be or not to be brushed off, that is the question. And the answer is all too clear. Let's see Mr. Sholmes in peace, shall we? Alright, we've done all we can for here. Rather enjoy the smell of books, but it's overwhelming here. There's one story above the level of the Garadev household. Piles of books at every surface. 19th February, Mr. Garadev's room. Ah, you paragat. Ah, damn, that's not his voice. Tell me. Well, the detective chap, I forget his name. Good gracious one. There we go. Tell me, was that's not the voice then. Trying to do his voice again. Tell me, was a detective chap. I forgot his name. Still hard to work down there. Close enough. Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Oh, yeah, that vaguely rings a bell. Well, detective business isn't my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Yeah, jolly good show. Not a cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Shh. Now then, why don't you tell me where... What the umpteenth time I'm gonna watch it with your while doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to leave. Take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are so deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all. Don't get much to talk with young foreigners like yourself, so it's been a pleasure. Best of luck with all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garib is hiding something. Whatever, his investigation seemed to open it up to us. Someone perhaps we should do some digging. Such as that tampon-looking thing that's probably a candle. He just magically shows up right there. What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes. We meet again, dear fellows.
Good gracious! When did you sneak in here? God damn it, woman!
Herlock Sholmes, at your service. That's suspicious. Whatever are you doing by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, said man. If Thaddeus Triffle his room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks the aperture for such an observation. So I take the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye on one's window at dusk is a prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. One other thing, Mr. Naruto. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might need, a certain great detective's, great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. We'll have to fix his deduction. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. There's a mighty secret in this modest room. In my eyes, I've ever seen the most trivial of trifles. Think you're prepared, Mr. Naruto? I think so. It's just enough time for one greatly admired great deductions. Let's conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garrett, though it will seem that you're a military man of considerable distinguished service. Your standing as a landlord is certainly not what one might call first rate. Afraid, sir, that it's all too clear to me. There's two conclusions I've been able to draw by this careful observation of living arrangements.
I beg your pardon?
First, is that even as we speak, you're conceding the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Really?
Eh?
The second is that the results of the beast's violent rampage. You have lost something very dear to you. China. Mr. Naruhodo, look. Old man's broken out of cold sweat again. I believe it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. Not really.
How? How could you possibly?
How could I possibly know? That you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of the logic and reasoning, I am the king of the beasts. And all too well that the wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. The Great Deduction. Game is afoot. And incorrect. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. Deduction. Or testimony. It shan't take a great detective to see. The fearsome beast has been rampaging here late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Huh? He's looking at the wall. For a man of military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Alright. Further glance, Mr. Karadeb, leads us directly to the answer. True nature of the beast is the rampant ears revealed by that lion statue. That's not what he was looking at. Yes, through the army man, he appeared unimposed at best. The fact that is fueled by admiration of the mighty lion, king of the beasts.
What is this prideful, I ask you?
What the fuck is wrong with you? In the end, your aberration becomes a great, in fact, a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, in which you try to keep in its very house.
What?
Yet living in such a wild beast proving difficult for you to imagine. Chilling traces of vile rampage are still much of evidence. Well... And yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Ma'am?
Oh?
Me? I shall pray you're not considering the unchievous. But it's a plain for me to see the one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue of the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Ah. Yes, you sought to dispose of the terrifying lion, Mr. Garrett. At Batty's Circus. And traveling shows currently sojourn in the nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold a savage lion, sir, to the circus trope. Yeah.
I most certainly did not.
I believe I made my point. Fearsome beast which just ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. Does India have lions? I don't think so. And as a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through the ring of fire. Picture the beast, a rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garrett, it's plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for that formidable beast. Indeed, that blithe pose of stress of the loss has been caused you for veritable tantalage. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders. The pain of the feeling you being revealed as that supportive arm. Amid fits of fear, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage.
Nonsense, man. I simply...
But what? I must ask yourself, is the true cause of this pain? Maybe look at something over there. And we only need to follow the eyes to the gaze of your final answer. Alcohol. Yes, this pile of bills is giving you the pain you suffer. It rise to the pain you suffer. Every level contains a demand for payment. Ah. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has a devastating financial impact on your circumstances of your household. So you may have no choice but to let it go.
Yes, well...
Now, in the final fit of rampage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
It made it with her. I did not see that. The aftermath of which you clearly seen here by observing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dear me. What could have caused such a devastating outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it's you inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Wondering I have settled up answered very neatly indeed. Yes, to be explaining the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the Tower of Cakes. What does that have to do with anything? Ah. There's no creature far more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiate appetite. Was it, or is it once by a certain noblewoman? If they have no bread, then let them eat cake.
food is at the heart of this tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tried a taste of the cake, the beast began to stalk his next prey. Sure, I need not spell out the nature of this beast's final act of destruction carried out by the beast. So they have one logical conclusion. Worked in a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. Ah, this man is so fucking wrong. The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match for that of a lion I once saw in India. Conclusion: carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Wow. This concludes the Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of a beastly puzzle. Horribly fucking wrong. Horribly fucking wrong. And it just, what the fuck? Ah! What's the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Again. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gallup. I'm afraid I didn't notice. She does that shit on purpose every fucking time. Ah, my deductions are stringingly sharp. Stands to reason your cup is runneth over. Indeed, my relations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh? Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruto, what is it, again? Well, your deductions are just now... You really think a lion could fit inside his room of this size? Indeed. It's the only explanation of the facts. Terrifying truth all too often lies behind the realms of common sense. But the idea be considered that lies behind the realms of common sense as well. But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrett and his mate would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you're stuck. No doubt the former military man had his own against the lion beast with a large cannon. Thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. And what about food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe they've ever had a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Mrs. Sato, occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of the race and breeding, whatever lands of the Great Britain soil, they infuse a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion. All time to fix it. Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's your turn to shine again. Fix his fucking completely faulty ass assumptions. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage. That's all Mr. Holmes' deductions need. You can do it. Stop trying to punch me, woman. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in the deduction to step forward. Mr. Naruto? You don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help me with Suma's case. Still, covering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Then let's start again. From the beginning of the Sherlock Holmes Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. And it certainly didn't take a great detective to see the fearsome beasts have been rampaging lately within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question on what form this beast might take. Ah, for a man of your military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. For freedom of glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer. True nature of the beast is around right here is revealed by that lion statue. No. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garrett's reaction, it rather seems as though the beast did indeed run amok of this room. Yes, something of very fierce nature. But I don't think a lion transported from India. So what was it then? Most all Mr. Garrett's gaze. Lead us to a true answer. Lion statue. Oh, this is the lion statue that Mr. Sholmes picked out. Yes, I wonder. Perhaps if it did live with a lion, you proved to be a rather sweet companion? I think. I think it's like a mouse trying to tell his family that a cat around the house is sweet. I suppose he is a bit light flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a look around. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're looking at this. Photo frame. What's this photograph? Appears to be from Mr. Garrett's wedding. Looks very happy, doesn't he? But why is her face blunt? It does, but can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck this glass directly over the woman's face. Wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. She damaged the room. Glass is broken. We can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks will hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful will be a kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly looks it. A lot of horsepower there. Thought we want to upset if that's for sure. Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, an unusual design. A sort of embellished sunflower. Mr. Garrett. It must be Mr. Garrett is still in his army. He seems to be carrying the rather stout bride referenceally and beaming with a smile. Something was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now he's as thin as a rake. These shells are for cannons, aren't they? They said they were spent. What a strange place to keep them. Actually has some significance with Mr. Garrett from his time in the army. Ah, of course, he mentioned the Battle of the Forest, didn't he? Remember, he said that he had been shot in the knee. It was... Perhaps it was one of these that hit him? If it was around that size that hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it, or Mr. Garrett for that matter. So owns a Persian slipper. And that man has spent shells. Perhaps his customary engraving display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. Yep, so we need to go here. So the bride. Newlywed bride. The true nature of the beast is ravaging through the revealed by the newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. That's not what you said the first fucking time. Yes, this frame's printed pictures of your wife, Mr. Garrett. And while we lament that the face is obscured, you can still make out her mighty arms and note that considerable horsepower they must contain. Indeed. Surely this woman has such a powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching that point. Too late. Fact remains that the beast so clearly savaged this room. Was your wife, Mr. Garrett? Oh! The chilling traces of his wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, maybe she'll do her job well. Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where should this angry creature have disappeared to? Ma'am? Me? I pray you don't consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to see one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us clues of the East current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There is no sign of the Miss Garrett anywhere. There seems to be a clue in her pocket as to her whereabouts. Clue as me is trying to hide. Wonder where Mr. Garrett's wife could be. Uh-oh. First, let's look at the pocket. Now, certainly does appear to be a circus handbill poking out from her pocket. Batty Circus, currently performing in shows in the park not far from here. You don't think? Surely Mr. Garrett didn't sell his wife to the circus. Mr. Namaroda, how can you think such a thing? I was only joking. Besides, it would have gone with, do you think he fed her to his pet lion? That's somehow worse. Look at that plump booty. The maid. Two tightly shut eyes to avoid even a chance of giveaway glass. Pursed lips prevent any secrets from slipping out. Briny cheeks to deflect any abuse that might be hurled her way. Yes, this is an unnervingly powerful woman, Mrs. Saddle. It's your turn. It's your turn to phrase that unnerving, Mr. Naruhodo. Teapot. What a charming little teapot, and it's a pristine condition. She was importing some delicious fragrant tea from Mr. Garrett, is she? Not so much for Mr. Garrett, no. As on Mr. Garrett, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it. Well, there's nothing else to check besides... Yep, nothing else left to check besides the thing we need to check. The wedding ring. She's wearing a very large ring, look. She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a flowery design. It's very nice embellishments. And it's the ring finger in her left hand, which means... Surely it's a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruto, not to say. Do you know Mr. Garrett's wife in the photograph had very much a ring like this? It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for those. Large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence they have the same ring, isn't it? Yep.
Take that!
The wedding ring. Gives us a handsome clue. Wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah. Indeed it does. Flowery band gleaming from your fingertips gives away. This was just before the investigation, right? So this was for Sholmes, this was for that. That's before we went to Sholmes' place. I don't remember that. Was it this one that I had before his great thing? I think it is. Indeed it does. The flowery band gleaming on your finger gives away. For it is identical to the one shown in the hand of Mr. Gareleb's bride in this photograph print. In other words, you're no ordinary housemaid. As the wife appearing as a fucking maid. No. You are Mr. Garredeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garredeb herself. Oh my. Word. Well. Jolly fine detecting, sir. Second time around. As you rightly surmise, this is my wife. My Joan. Well, let herself go, you might say, but she was a ballsy gawker back. It would appear that you don't live in the most uncomfortable circumstances. After all, a retired man, you are in the business of renting out rooms. Would assume, therefore, you have an insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. Oh, second lieutenant in the 3rd Regiment. Man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, I'm sure it's such a thing that a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London. Here in London, and the one is rather judgy. Household cannot be considered a warrior society if it employs no staff at all. Though a considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Garredeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garredeb? Only in company, obviously. Well, listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. Nature of the beast. The raging wife of Mr. Garredeb. Solved. The aftermath. Now, Mr. Garredeb, the correction. Now, Mr. Garredeb, it's plainly clear that you have feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, this blight pose the stress of the loss has caused you veritably tangible. Your hand weighs heavily on your shoulders. The pain you feel is revealed by your supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He called Mr. Garredeb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman I feel that's rather uncomfortable. But Mr. Garredeb is standing right beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps his supporting arm seems to be propping his head up has some other significance then. Well, according to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garredeb's pain is tangible. But what could that pose really signify? The pipe. It's a very large pipe, isn't it? Yes, anyone who something that size hanging out of his or her mouth on a regular basis is sure to have a serious chin, like Mr. Garredeb's. But what is that white binding around it? The arm that he mentioned. Yeah, the tooth pain. Oh, Mr. Garredeb looks so glum. According to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, that's because he's having to endure the acute pain of something near him. That's a tooth. You know, well, he hasn't lost his wife. So that means must be another cause for his pain he's suffering. A slapped cheek, huh? Oh my! Look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something. Clearly made by someone's hand. Yes, Mr. Garrett has been slapped in the face this year. Hard. Never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. Yeah, and she broke his pipe too. There's nothing else to really deduce here, so...
Take that!
Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders. The pain from being... the pain you felt being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the liver has such an impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garrideb? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide that slap on your cheek, sir. Ah! How the blazes did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the arts of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. You keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why you are subject to such a violent slap? In other words, why must we ask ourselves the cause of this? Got it. Madame Garrett, the flying rage. And we have only to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, there's a pile of bills that have given rise to the pain you suffer. Hadn't Mr. Sholmes say the bills were for a lion's father? Yes, but now we established the lion never existed. It only mean that he's highly responsible. The thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrideb's wife. Mr. Naru, a person is not a thing. Yes, well, she's also the person who gave her husband a mighty slap in her around the face. One so hard that she left a perfect handprint, in fact. Yes, why would a woman hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Look at all these bills, certain amounts of a great deal of food. Yeah, meat and potatoes by a cartload, was it? Well, looking at the two of them, you can tell immediately who eats the lion's share of the household. Well, at least we're no longer talking about actual lion anymore. There's nothing else to look at besides what we need to look at. Stack of books. There's a lot of books stacked up here on the shelf. Here, all novels I'd never heard of. It would appear somebody has purchased them all at a second-hand bookshop. I think Mr. Garrett was something of a book lover. That bookmark right there. Aha! Someone must have been reading this book the moment... There's a bookmark here, look! Mr. Garrett is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think it's about this is a bookmark. Oh no, it is. No, it isn't. It's a note written by a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look at that next to the signature here. Lip marks, made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Suzato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. the cause of the scorn was broken plate. Oh dear, this plate has been smashed to pieces. Nobody seems inclined to tidy up the mess. Perhaps it's sort of high art. Really, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, anyone who has a cannon on display in the living room is clearly a little eccentric. Yes, let's call it eccentricity.
Take that!
It's a love note. Yes, it's this love note that's given rise to the pain you suffer. So if you just looked at it and didn't read it. Oh, James. I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender is known as Sir Miss Mary is on the fly in the ointment here. And there he goes. Ah! Again. But I don't know that bally woman. You don't know her? The note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. That was for... It was just in there, you say. That's right. I say, ah! My nuts. A likely story. Now listen here, John, old thing. I explained it at the time. Bought this but a second-hand place, and almost already been in there. The previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I'm trying to say. Ah! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you forgot, is John. Ah! Likely story. A likely story. Yeah, she's too stupid to fucking read. Are you questioning my name now, woman? Are you too stupid to read? And there you have it. Arouse suspicions of a female heart, and you will unleash a beast of most ferocious bite. Now, in the final act of rage, a ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Yeah, the easy deductions take a time. They take like a half an hour. The deduction and the correcting it. Unimaginable. The aftermath is clearly seen here by observing the carpet over there. Very extensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dear me. What could have caused such a destructive... what could have caused such a destructive outburst? Yeah. This time, madam, I'm afraid it's you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. The wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain my dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the tower of cakes. But surely Mrs. Garrett didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But it doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of this array of this room is in a result of her wild temper. There's something on the table. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need to follow Miss Garrett's gaze, so we'll find the real answer. Alright, let's take what we can see. Yes! Ah, so many cakes. Is that all you could think about? Well, look at them, Mr. Emerald. There's a mountain of them. They all look so delicious. More like a tower than a mountain, I would say. It's a mountain. I hope that one day in our very homeland, I will be able to perform a tea ceremony at the foot of such a mountain. It's definitely a tower. The carpet. The carpet has been ripped to shreds. Yes, according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the stairs are made by an Indian lion's teeth as that. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you see scorch marks. Uh-huh. Oh, yes, you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in a normal sense at all. Let's rethink all this. This is mine. Yeah, there's a candle, and there's a missing candle here. So we can't look at anything else besides what we need to look at. Oh wait, there's this too. Circus handbill. It's advertising for a handbill for a circus. Batty's Circus. It's a nearby park. This is the same one we saw earlier. That one was folded up in Mrs. Garrett's pocket. Perhaps they're very great circus lovers. It couldn't be that hungry lion somewhere involved here again, could it? Oh dear, I do hope not. Alright. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Seems to me that even the slightest knock will make the topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. So wait, there's one candle missing on the floor. Yes, I didn't notice it before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle, 3 missing from its holder? I guess it's down there. Scorch marks.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only way possible for this out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured was clearly visible. Indeed they are. Indeed they are. The scorch marks are clearly visible, give away the truth. Scorch marks? It would appear this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Miss Garrett's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of the strike caused their candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room aflames. Yes, sir, and for the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, the ferocious beast bared his claws and ran amok. And I really put my dear fellow. So you see, there's but one conclusion here. That the sparks of the marital discord flew in this room were the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir? I salute you! Conclusion. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. God, these deductions take forever. It's these long winters, you know. Nothing to do but to read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good secondhand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of this particular novel, you discovered a rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonish. Demolish is rather closer to a mark. Well, you could call the police on your wife. But then it wouldn't be seen manly back in the day, would it? Oh, a woman hit me. And a lot of guys don't report crime by women for reasons like that. It does exist. It does exist. And Beast is most certainly in that description. Here we go again. Just fucking fling it at her face. She wants to burn you, you fucking burn her back. She's burned him at least 10 times. I stopped counting. Whoosh. How you like your tea, ma'am? And the carpet that was destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. It's caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. Bally furniture started going up as well. But to hide the means or the screen with the time being. Over there, Mr. Carrington? You have nothing more to hide now, if you allow me. More books. I had all my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Some books look fine. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. Domestic abuse. There was I, backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. Book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah. Your notorious love for big cats that's coming through again. I assure you, title had no influence on my choices in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mrs. Sholmes' deduction turned out to be correct once again. No. After we fucking fixed it. Every deduction so far we've seen has been entirely wrong. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I'll tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think. So at the exact same time. And a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window in the street below. Or for you, more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside that window at that moment. I wouldn't have noticed a dashing thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you? Well, it seems we got to the bottom of Mr. Garadev's situation now. What does that have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? Nani? My dear fellow, if you recall, I must say as much from the onset. I warned you that although I knew the retiring army man was hiding something, couldn't be sure whether his secret would be relevant or not. I knew we were going to say that. And now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind, things that fall in one or two categories. Those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It's of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours of prison will be over soon. Oh no. Is that time already? We accept Mr. Natsume's case. We have official paperwork to attend to. That's it. No more, That's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you would like to betake yourselves to bidding us a farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrett. Oh yes. I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san is waiting for us. I'm gonna have to give him an answer. Well, that was a deduction. Look how long that took. That took at least a half hour to an hour. Course correction. Even as the worst word, the rings rooms are still splendid color. Back to prison. We haven't visited this place in a while, have we? And like that's okay, that's your hint to go here. February, Briar Road. It's time, Mr. Number. We must hurry back to prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a car. Whoa. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over here in front of the Mr. Garrett's house. The fuck are you? I know thee not, old man. I fall into thy prayers. Who you calling an old man? You rum-looking nimnip-pippy-pimnip. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than a dream of your philosophy. What's Horatio, fella? What are you on about? Excuse me. What do you want now? I'm sorry, just look as though you might have some problem here. Supposed to hear Mr. Haruto, you know, Suga Haruto is a lawyer, you see. A lawyer? What? Nani? If I can be of assistance, I'll be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. Mark my words. Ain't over yet. Get thee into a nunnery. Do I look like a blooming nun to you? Is that a dance-off? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden. Thou art so gentle, thank you. What was all that about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than our dreams in the old philosophers. Not Horatio either. Forgive the equity, sir, but are you a lodger here? Mr. Garrett's residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. I do dwell in the humble abode. Mr. Garrett did mention he had another lodger, didn't he? Must be this man. You happen to know the other lodger who lives in the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. A little more polemist in a battle of words near could be. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. Doesn't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and him as gentlemen acquaintances at least. So fair maiden, so good gentlemen. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I don't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. I think he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Asuma, so I can't really help us. Seki-san and the man's lodgers carried up houses full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Asuma is eagerly waiting for our return. So we get to prison before visiting hours are over. Well, look at the crime scene. 19th February, 6:31 p.m., local prison. Cell 9. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came here. I don't remember what voice I had for him. Welcome, student Mr. Naruto, Esquire. Can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. We're sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Asuma. Oh, no, think of nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I'd be purring with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never fairing, Nipponese! Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. Something more assuring than the familiar ones they've led. On the other hand, it's as though a friendship transcended international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such a belief, at least. Oh, as you, I would choke the shit out of him right now. A miserable, rotten spy. Locke Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having acquired a curious reading material in the gloomful room, having amassed the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home. See how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? Gloomful room? At least your combinations have offers a window, my dear fellow. In a sense, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you for your taste of books. My day has been in delight, and it cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you, Locke Sholmes? I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. Should never have came to this Great Britain. Terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits of those accursed lodgings, no doubt Malluxer will be cursed at tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life has been bedamned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? Well, we're actually about to get to the trial, so once this segment is over. Mention one thing before you, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. There is much truth. And there is much truth to Mr. Mustachio's word. What? What? Nani? Cursed is wholly appropriate description, I would say. For a man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, you have one piece of evidence. You found this received in your room, Mr. Natsume. Ah, that's right. I want to buy books. Some new old books. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? And on your way back to your room, as you saw the woman being stabbed. She's dead, I thought to myself. She's dead! I went completely blank. Before I knew it, I was back in my room, trembling like a leaf. The bookworm is trying to worm his way out of a bad situation. Mr. Naruto. Please do be careful not to think such disparaging thoughts. How could you possibly know? Cursed trial, cursed lodgings. Mr. Nelson, what do you mean by you said yours now about the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. Just getting carried away, that's all. Mean anything by it? Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? You're referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? No, what do you mean? Please, tell me. Summarize. It's 16 salient words. Summarize in 16 words? No defendant has ever survived the trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh my goodness, that can't be true. 16 words exactly. Yesterday, Mr. Naruto successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in an unusual circumstance. Mr. McGriddle. Oh, what? What? Nani? Ah, I'm impressed, Mr. Zato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, my Lord Chief Justice has told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that, having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely? Ah, ha ha ha. Yeah. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry. The man is a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Is there a difference? Is there really? Really a difference? Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Ah, of course he is, and then why are you trying to scare me? It couldn't be said, however, that the real truth behind the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. Really? What on earth do you mean by that? The Reaper. Slayton. Supreme Court has just 2 days to decide the fate of Roe v. Wade. Why? Oh, the school's right of for freedom to decide their, for mask mandates. The Reaper. Van Zeeks is an exceptional man. However, the courts in London's courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. I guess he looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. You're not that aware in in British criminal trial, there is both a judge and jury. The jury officiates at the letter of the law, whilst the judge officiates at the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. They don't have much common sense, as we saw the first case. It's an excellent system where the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion is particular, somewhat easily manipulated. Yep. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, or for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal. Contriving evidence, calling in imposters and witnesses, and so on. Exactly. How can you see something in the fucking blinding fog? By such underhanded means, those who would want are to be able to sway the jury. Which means that even in light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. That also means a wrong verdict can be passed. But it means a wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, from time to time, dear madam, it is simply the reality of the situation. Is that alright? However, those who think it by Lord Man's leaves cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Adjudication may seem to leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they all disappeared. It's almost striking. Disappeared? How? All manners of misfortunes, sir. Perhaps they were trampled on by a passing carriage, or they fell into the Thames and drowned. Perhaps they suddenly overcame a rage fever. Perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of the events here in London. I'm afraid, Mr. No. I knew it. I'm dead. Total. Done for. Doomed! Alright. Cursed lodgings. What about that now? When you say accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room, in Mr. Garredeb's house, I assume? You didn't believe that the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. I've only been in London for a week before I started to notice the strange things I might feel myself. It didn't take that long then. Everywhere I looked, there was foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. Sure, people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. Always staring at me. All the time. From dusk to dawn. I shoved myself away in my room. Even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. I just need a different voice for him. You must have been very lonely. I had been away from your homeland for such a long time. I had to move numerous times. Most recently, to that room on that Briar Road. Yeah, so why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. Rent is cheap. As I have little money. It appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. Leonard simply said, Slippers said, The room is cursed. The room is cursed. Ugh. Oops. He tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him. If you're as soon as say it, but don't just mention it in the first place. Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room was really cursed then? Ever since I moved to that windowless hell, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I feel as though I'm being choked to death. It's probably a gas leak then. In waking hours, the people are stubbed in front of me as I walk down the streets. Branded a killer. Thrown into prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone There's one person on my side. Can no one find it in their heart? Believe me. Really, no one at all. To believe, yes, to believe. To believe. I want to believe. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruto. Me, Mr. Naruto. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case of the SS Bruya, if you recall. The Bruya, yeah, the Bruya. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. The snake was not the fucking culprit, oh yes. At the time, I was the suspect. You believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see, yes, you mean, because you were grimly dressed, a shady Eastern fellow who witnessed us found with the victim in the locked room. You said we were fucking Middle Eastern terrorists. Revolutionaries. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts, so you had a little suspect, or suspected me a little. I think perhaps you've misunderstood. I never recall believing in you, nor in what you were telling me. What, Nani? You see? The only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? Nani? Nani do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Make my own mind about what's to believe and what's not. If you like to believe in something, I do. Circumstances can hang on as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I would have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betraying of trust is an overrated excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not you should trust something, the final analysis is down to oneself. No matter whether or not you can trust, it's a matter of whether or not you can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right! Welcome, student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Whether or not I can believe in myself. Saucy. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. But it doesn't matter whether your client is innocent or guilty, you still need a defense. That counts on how much faith he has in himself. You're so right, Cosmo. Well, my dear fellows, it's time that we be leaving, I believe. Already? 15 hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume? If you like, in that trial tomorrow, I'll be happy to represent you. Welcome, student Mr. Esquire. Naruto Esquire. As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What I believe in is the defendant, justice, or the truth. It's how to believe you. But I think I finally worked it out. So I must believe in myself above all else. Trust my true instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruto. My instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. It's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. I will fight for your innocence to the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. And I said when I first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me, my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Nesum. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruto, that your mind was in many ways made up from the onset. It just merely needed the events of today to realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I believe there is an end. Ah! Ah! Miss Susato? Yes? You'd be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me out in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Stop trying to punch me, woman. Shocking events yesterday's trial laid heavily on my mind, so I made me stop looking backwards. Because Kazuma believed in me. Solid as snake, Kazuma. And Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learn to believe in myself. So I can sound as no one, and he's alone. It's my job to help him, to fight in his corner. Ooh. Tomorrow in the courtroom, we're to hold it. Well, strength I can muster. Alright, part 3, the actual fucking trial. Trial part 1. First half of the trial. 20th February, 9:23 a.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought that you're back here again so soon? We are on a study tour agreement with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to search for the latest court procedures here, we must need as much court experience as possible. That doesn't fucking mean every day. And we should have got paid for the last one, but you turned the fucking money down. Oh yes, well I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. And it could be life-changing. Which case reading it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Ah, Mr. Nasume, good morning. Oh dear. Are you alright? You look terribly... Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say in here. Raven. Yes, I've heard that expression. But you didn't want to catch a worm. So tired just plain not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Nasume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance, and I'm too terrified. Too tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors around the floor. Can't do this. I can't take this. Although, welcome student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes? Caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walk in the courtroom. Looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. No idea the case was such a notorious affair here in London. Neither did I. You know why that might be, Mrs. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, but I have no idea. So that know-it-all look in your face is just coincidence then, is it? As she smiles. Don't hide the truth from me. It's... because of the Reaper, isn't it? Laura Van Zeeks? Is that right, Mrs. Otto? Is that right, Mrs. Otto? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could this morning, and yes. Why would you waste money on fucking newspapers? Laura Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. Well, this is the first one was a classified trial, so technically no one really knew about it. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact. Until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom in this very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGriddle. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made a great waves here in the capital then today. But we couldn't be realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why was the Reaper and the baby back so soon? And for what matters to be a mundane murder? That question the papers was asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane. Most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume. But that is how the papers are describing it. Well, at least we forget the fact that I got sparked at the international incident. Honestly, reappearance of the infamous prosecutor caught people's attention. There's another blatant similarity to the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Look soon, Mr. Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it was you who stand against the legendary prosecutor. I mean, that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. Afraid there's really only one explanation. Gonna be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, it's just my luck. Represented by a man with such a frail fortune. To the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget. It was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. It's true I'm just a student and new to London with a little in the ways of experience of skills or luck. But I promise you this. I'll fight in your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Let me go pee real quick. And I'll fight in your corner until the bitter end. And I believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, beloved and local to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we'll always be at your side. Oh, beloved and non-local assistant, Mr. Mikotaba Esquire. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Court session's about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time, let's go. Yes. Yes. This is it. My second appearance in British court. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Cosmo. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I believe in our client till the last. Hopefully no manufactured evidence this time. At least not by the defense. Just like you believed in me, I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. No. No. 20 February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Now call upon the counsels of prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, Lord. My lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Nani? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. You were a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Oh yeah? What about the typical prosecutor arrogance? Errol's guilty because I said so. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Sudan-san. After all, our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. And he's already starting with the goblet. Very true. And the most fascinating of dark trial it was, too. Tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. Thank you, consuls. I see both sides are fine fettled. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties as the court as impartial members of the public? This asshole! You'll never know that you might be on luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. It's the fucking asshole on the fucking top deck. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. You look like a fucking cartoon character. Well, me, let's see what you got there. Peace-loving fella. That looks like the fucking kid with the hat maker. The fucking maid! I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that the mustache foreigner is indeed that. Did indeed. Well, so much for impartial. The fucking wife. Come on, what are we waiting for? I thought he did it anyways. Eh? Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. The last person is always an old person. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statements, if you please, Mr. Lord Vazix. Very recently, the Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power of the Far East. The accused on deck today is a student from that same land, certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes by accusing him and making fun of him. Regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of the most sinister act. Whoosh. Plunging a knife in the back of an innocent woman was doing nothing but walking down the street. I love how it caught fire even though they're shielded in fucking glass. Knife crime, huh? I'll tell you, the better experience that these are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Oh, look at that swallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Racist bitch, too. Come on, let's get it over with. Let me here. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Pray forgive this hurt of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. I'm going to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Oh, we get to fucking tear his ass apart? Oh, no. Listen. Your name and occupation, please. My chips. The most important thing. Yes, sir. Tobias gets it. Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim was thought to be a young woman in her 20s with the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back with her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. It was 3 days ago now, and she has been comatose ever since. What? They still don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside the Briar Road. It's a wide enough thoroughfare for horse-drawn carriages. An ambulance is stopped in the snowing street, and Miss Green walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind from a accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, but she is now currently being treated in one of the city hospitals. But being unconscious, as she is, we have been unable to get a statement from her, of course. This is, of course, the case of all everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept these documents into evidence, if you please. Case file has been entered into it. Containing the overview of the case, details of the victim, and found with a knife in her back, and currently in hospital yet to regain consciousness. What sort of weapon was used? The woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound in the back. The olive green female, stout build, early 20s, pavement, Briar East Side. For Officer Rolly Beat. She remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound and a large knife, no one other signs of injury are present. Salient seen running by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Sir, I have that here. So remove the victim's back. Ouch, that's a big thing. Everything is starting to make me scared of walking down the street now. Switchblade. With a heavy blade that, almost anybody could have been able to stab the poor woman. Even a scraggy-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common gun jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts this blade as evidence. Jackknife has been added to court. Large but uncommon, but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back. Noted. What do we know about the motive? Money or valuables, I presume. tip is missing. Okay, no comments. Oh, looky here, Mr. Naruto. It's just a tip. Just a tip. Small piece of blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Sato. Wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's professions, seems she was a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything of much value worth pinching, me lord. I see. Well, in that case, we're looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim. You didn't fucking know her, so how could you have resentment? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant Nasume doesn't appear to have gotten out much. At this moment in time, we haven't even been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance are to be ruled out as motive, what reason could Mr. Nasume have for stabbing a young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that in totally unqualified, heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Fuck the bottle now, too. Pray forgive my discourtesy of flinging a fresh young quart bottle in the public gallery. Yeah, fuck this. But your words have soured its hollow banquet. Whereas you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Nani? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond a question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecutor calls you for a formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why you constably came to arrest an Ippon student. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Witness testimony. Mr. Nasume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. It was a unusually light fog. Unusually light? You mean heavy? Visibility was reasonably good, but there was no one else about the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind. Subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the ground. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to. And we found the book to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, me look. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Oh yes, I clearly see the books which you are referring to. I'll take that photograph for printing as evidence, please, Inspector. Crime scene photograph. They don't see a policeman as this incident occurred. A large magazine stick thrust in the victim's back. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Says the man who fucking lost already in his first case. Yep. Illegible bullshit. So, what's the point of the magnifying glass, honestly? Denying everything in spite of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Overwhelming evidence. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. What are you doing, Mrs. Otto? Do go on. Mr. Nasume has admitted playing some part of the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Well, now you mention it. I visited him in the prison yesterday. He did tell us what happened. Just walking at that crisp pavement, I could make a silhouette of another ahead of me. Woman wearing green overcoat. Just as I went to overtake her. Blop. She sent out a scream and it collapsed into cold, hard slabs of stone on my feet. I was terrified. I get away from there. So I ran. Fast my little legs to take me back to my accursed lodgings. Whew. Green overcoat. That's exactly what the woman in print is wearing. The two people from the first trial. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What does the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit that he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not imply he's guilty of a heinous crime of stabbing a woman in the back. I had to say something in Discord real quick. Alright, I'll read the rest of that later. I have a lot of other pings that are not important right now. Does not mean that he's guilty of this kind of stabbing in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. According to who? In other words, there was nobody else who could have possibly been stabbed. A fact that the accused concedes. Seems a cross-examination will prove pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. Use cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Turn the tables? This is just barely starting. Mr. Nesselm is arrested. It is it. 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. It's unusually light fog. Why was it unusually light?
Hold it!
Light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much further, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Nothing I expected a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. Where London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that it gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. Tis. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something else Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. So, first one about the fog. I see. This time of the year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. So that you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Exactly. Indeed. The other day I was very nearly trampled by horses where I could see the carriage that they were pulling. Ugh. So that's something I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, in the data that concerns us, the fog goes somewhat lighter than usual. A fact not lamented by the accused. Visibly, it was reasonably good, and there was no one else about in the victims accused. Because the mirror was the first one not yellow originally. More Discord pings. God, MVG has so many pings. Visibility was really good, but there was someone else about the victim and the accused. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses of the crime have told us. Witnesses. I suspect the also mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, madam. Weak flap. They must hear their testimonies. After this, the prosecution will of course call him to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. 5 o'clock in the afternoon is the middle of winter. It would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one would have been seen. Could have been seen. I am unaware of the situation you're tying on in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated at night by the streetlights. Ah. The prosecution believes there will be an ample light by which to witness the crime. Quiet. Here in London for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Uh-huh. That's, okay. Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. Just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. Seems the counsel for the defense is, taking stock. Continue your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed to the ground.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right. You can see from this print. Yeah, yes. Quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less. Afraid so, my lord, yes. She's been treated at Bart's. So hoping she'd come around before the trial starts. I could take a statement, but it hasn't been. Oh yes, that was a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own accords of the events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Weak flap. On the contrary, my client is exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by all those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. The keys right now scattering on his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Let's assume his belongings. I think you'll find all there in a photographic print in the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. Really? Falling in the snow breaks the books? They're flimsy-ass books. I think it's reasonably carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means the other hand would have been free to wield the knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Newman has handfuls of the books. We might have had... He managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean as the defendant was holding his belongings and trusted a knife You mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings when he thrust a knife into the woman's back? That must have been what happened, my lord. Yes. He had a number of old books he had just bought on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. Yeah, so we're at number 5.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits the second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, I understand. So I understand. Shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter as scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old tomes. You can tell us more of these bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the cursed belongs is here. Bourbon Books. So just north of the crime. It's a little place in the corner of Briar Road, and Wishism Street. As it happens, the cursed accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of this Briar Road, and the opposite. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route you take home. Something like this. Local master information has been updated. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The important buildings. The defendant would have certainly passed the scene of the crime on the way home to this particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. Most important thing that the inspector just made being the shop location, the bookshop stock. The shop's location. But you didn't mention the stock. Not right now. Crucially, what you told us the court inspector. It's the location of the bookshop. I couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? Eh? What do you have, Sunshine? Just explain that. I got the map and everything. Use red blooming ink. And drew the bloke's rat on it for you. I distinctly remember you seeing you nod, Consul. Oh, yes. Of course. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. Oh, no, not yet. The trial's only just begun after all. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I will strongly advise you to look more carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, at once. Sorry I made that mistake. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please.
Hold it!
Let's go through this again. All English literature. That's right. I even use red ink, too. Yeah, the subject. What matters is the subject. A clue of vital importance. Yeah, it's not the name, but we're gonna come back to that. We're gonna get it wrong on purpose, just to the name. Peter Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your informal testimony, please? It may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh well, you know. I mean, yes. Be very important clue. Very well. Not that I see that being any great significance. Please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. I see, my lord. Whatever you say. Could you mean maybe a little bit more sardonic? Wait, from Bourbon Books, second-hand bookshop that he apparently perishes. Alright, so you asked for the help from the famous detective Herlock Sholmes to locate the defendant, I believe. They just had a matter of looking in the books. Stuff and nonsense. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry? That jack in the office. That busybody. He just comes and sticks his oar in whatever you ask him or not. According to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. That had nothing to do with me. The lads of the scene must have done it, without my permission. Yeah. Time and time again, whatever happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your blooming instructions. I see. And that Miller gets his hands on any details, we'll be reading on the next Rand's magazine next month. You can bet your last farting that I'll be there too. Straight to all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks they'd be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to Yard's activities, perhaps you step in and deal with him. No biting. Ah! It appears that Inspector Gregson is lost in words. Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point is this. The little Japanese folks already admitted it. He made those books on the pavement on the scene once he bought that day. Not entirely. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Think you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination? I'm afraid. And Mr. Natsuma's face will be sealed? Yes, sir, I'm sure it'll follow me up. One way or another, I have to expose his inconsistency in his testimony. Bourbon Books. So the shop is called Bourbon Books. That's it. It's the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused logs. They're from his room. Yeah, they gone past the very spot where the incident took place. If I could just confirm one point. Are we sure this is what the defendant really did visit the Bourbon Books that day in question? Oh, yes. Yes. That's right. Well, we haven't actually confirmed it yet. No. You haven't confirmed it? What the devil, Inspector? Well, the thing is, the shopkeeper's gone for a trip, you see. Left in the morning of the incident to collect some more stock, I'm told. So you have able to ask the bloke if the accused visited the shop at the day question or not. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. What? Nani? According to the statement he made at this time, accused made no recollection of where he'd been. Of course he does. The bloke clearly had his head in the clouds wherever they walk in around town. Seems to just be wandering to whatever bookshop he happens to be passing. Everybody knows his name. I should say this man ought to learn to look where he's going at the very least. So, it's just as I thought then. Something the matter? Inspector, you may continue with your testimony. Alright, now we present. Now it's time to present.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is this, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt we found in Mr. Nasuma's room. It was issued on the day of the incident. The details are purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found it in the accused rooms, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. The receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Nasuma did purchase a book from a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question is not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, did you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is on the second-hand bookshop. Another second-hand bookshop not far from the Bourbon Books. It's just that... Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, it is the bookshop which the defendant visited that day in question. And the receipt here proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes? Wherever the man purchased the books or tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
Shut up. I disagree. I mean, after all, the street map here may be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. But look at this place. The defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books. Then yes, this would have most certainly passed the where Miss Green incident has been attacked. However, it did not account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books. Maybe it'll turn out he wouldn't have passed the location at all. Could that be true? My, it's right. It depends on where the other bookshop is, but how do I declare it be a possibility? Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Well, you just said. Absolutely. It's absolutely could be right. Inspector Rexon, where is this Your Book establishment? Well, obviously we're looking at into that. It turns out that the Your Books is just here near the next corner of the Meacham Street, going east. Local map's been updated. Alright, so he could have gone either way. There you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. You got another goblet. He could have gone either way. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training, so be a clown. That he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down, I'll put you down. Yes. I didn't think I need to spell up, but here I go. The accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books. There's no doubt he would still have passed through that place for 50 minutes. He could have gone the other way. He could have gone either way. Yes, thank you, Inspector. That he could have gone either way. Allow me to reiterate for my learned and somewhat slow Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchases books, musty tomes makes no difference in the final analysis. Inspector, you can't fool me. I don't suggest you try. What'd you say? I've had enough of this. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruto, listen, give up. What do you mean? If the prosecutor's assertion is correct, Mr. Jury may well decide for instance that Suma is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. Let's consider that assertion to put forward by the prosecutor very, very carefully. Yes, it does matter, because he could have gone the other way. They comes to pass through the location and incident on the way home from your books, but... Yes. We'll raise an objection. Forceful. Decision made by execution. Fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. As you can see from this map, I mean. Returning from your books and to his lodgings, Mr. Sumi could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route between the two places. The defendant used this street. Look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Taking back the clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that the route which is commonly referred to as the long way around. And? On a cold winter's night, why would a man choose to take longer run home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings. There's an obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, you just moved in? Ah, yes, I've got it. Honestly, we must ask the man himself, Mr. Asumi, which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such question. Claims that he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to be spent his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. If he's wandering aimlessly, then how would he know how to get back to his house the quickest way? That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still hold it. I agree, Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly, even in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We, the members of the jury, are completely convinced now. We. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon the members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
Guilty!
Why? Now we gotta do this. Get them all to sway again. We gotta sway them all again. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. Why are they leaning guilty, though? To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You served the Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo! No, not yet. It isn't over yet. Still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. Yeah, we'll make these fuckers change their mind, because now they have to testify. I have to tip the balance of the scales the other way to turn around somehow. Oh, those are the eyes of Query not yet willing to give up and die. Yep. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. The rights of defense written into antiquated British law should have been very long ago. I call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with the Nipponese whippersnappers on this uncle's refusal to throw in this alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each have to explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant is to be guilty.
Judicial findings. The juror's contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? If he said that the woman was in green collapsed before his eyes, why it could only have been the victim? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really care. I just can't wipe this up. Now, I gotta get work to get doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop, Dad. Not bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. That's his logic for pleading guilty?
If only minor exceptions, the reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, only two people in the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim on her green overcoat sink into the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant has fled the scene. Must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear. Even the judge appears convinced of Natsuma's guilt now. Why didn't he just run away? Why did he have to run away like that? And how are you supposed to believe in some phantom attacker nobody can see? It's impossible. How can I make this case go from defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. Will the force of trial continue? Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. If the jurors change their minds. Well, for them at least. Exactly. You have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, Consul. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. You need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. And this fucking jury is like, yeah, he's guilty because he went to the bad bookstore. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Pretty sick. Okay. He admitted it. Collapsed before his eyes. He wouldn't have gone. He's only been there a week, so how would he know? Dead of winter. The poor woman was attacked from behind. How dreadful. It's a little harder to pin them. I don't care. Can we wrap this up? Nice bookshop, but not worth a visit. Oh, we can press them.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you? Yeah, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it, anyways. Remember correctly, you were a banker, aren't you? That's right, after the gold rush went down, I came back to London to work. I was going swimmingly until you started first singing around Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. Yeah, I mean, a young hatter pegged as criminals. Well, you were. Oh, yeah, well, you know. Water under the bridge. There's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock, I would do it again. Well, no, I don't care. I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. They're free to make my own mind about who's guilty, who isn't. Ah, thank goodness. Or maybe I might have struggled to change this man's mind given the awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. Faust now. You're right at the time of the incident. The defendant admits having been seeing someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Quite right. Precisely my point. Clearly, someone was wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Japanese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Let's forget, madam. The defendant vehemently denies attacking anyone. Well, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. Man's obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly, the will simply collapse before his eyes. But that's a lie. There's a suggestion that you think he would be more concoct something more credible. Oh, really, I couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes on in your funny little minds? Racist bitch. I could tell you what's going on through my funny little head right now, but you wouldn't like it. Did the clear man already have made the admission? He himself stated that there was nobody else around. Surely, that conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly commit this awful crime. No else could have done it. The accused must have been the man. Really, couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling of its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her. And this guy, the fucking Hatter. But you can't deny there were other routes that somebody could have taken back from your books. Oh yeah, so like you drew on the map, you mean? Yeah, what was it, Calvishire Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that would counsel whether the fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there is no proof that shows that he did, which is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. So I understand the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, and so the way I see it, he would have wanted to go home as quick way as possible. Well, yes. Why is this all true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went along the Briar Road. It's supposed to be convincing you here. Even though I thought, I didn't just make up my mind on a whim, did it? I mean, there was some logical reason he might have gone the Cabbage way around, it'd be different. Be happy to consider my position in that case. I honestly would. A reason why Celia might have taken the long way home. Yes, it's a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway his man's opinion without one. Poor one was attacked from behind. Oh, dreadful. He would have gone the shortest way in winter. Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. McGriddlebib, aren't you? Garridebib. The landlord who rents the name of the Mr. Asume. Master's wife. You have any idea, sir? I'm the maid. Maid, you understand. She gave up the charade. It's gonna get awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you're being selected for the jury in the trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, does he? Doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been there a little over a week now. At that time, he surely must have taken a stock in his character. Something like the kind of man who would have committed a crime like this. Oh my goodness, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spent all his time in a dark and dingy room sorting on an unscrupulous mustache. That man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All neighbors are talking about him. Haradamino. People must think he's building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? Because he's foreign. He's a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Oh, you call him a worm, so better be careful about fighting this maid to speak. She's already so damning things already. But she did mention that he's been there a week, though. Look here, we just wrapped this up now. I gotta get to work. She did mention he's only been there a week, so why else? How would he know how to get home?
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. And it'll take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life is on the line too, and so is my family. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do my wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. Go to union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late, the work's already taken. It's tough. This time of the year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right in the center. And they're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard slogged from dawn to dusk, it is. So you were out digging in the roads on the day of the incident as well, weren't you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where all happened. By that old bookstore, was it? What? Another coincidence? That's right. Measham Street it was. Mershesam Street. Mershesam Street? The map, Mr. Road. There's only three space named... There's only 3 named streets. Sure, number 5. I need you to add information to your formal statement, please. He was digging a hole in the road, so that's gonna... What's the point of that? Can we just get to business now? Please, sir. It's important. That's fine. I'll do it then. Day it happened, I was digging up Meacham Street from dusk till dawn. So he did not take the quick way home.
Hold it!
So if I understand you correctly, you were a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day. That's right. Like I said, you got a lot of burst gas pipes underneath that in the middle of winter. That's the only time of year a fellow like me actually make a few bob. And I'm missing out today. And when you say from dusk till dawn, right to be completed within the day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. Wonder if we could trouble you, sir, to mark this on the street map. The exact location of the works you were carrying out. Give it here, then. Let me take a look. Whoosh, right in the middle. Right, let's say here, then. Junk. Right in the middle of the street. Here you are, Meacham Street, like I said it was. It was a tiny dig, I tell you, but we had to get through all the drifts of snow and all that frozen solid. What sort of time did you finish that work? Well, it started this morning, and we couldn't have finished it before 6, I'd say. Snow stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. That means the road was still going to work when Miss Green was attacked around 5 o'clock. Road on Meacham Street, huh? What does this guy say? Your books. Nice bookshop. That bourbon books? No, not worth a bit. Huh? Sorry? Fold it, you say. Full what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I really enjoy reading them over a nice cup of tea. Old tea. That's my routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. What time do you visit your books on that day in question? Well, I was picking out the books on there after afternoon, and I would have gone... It would have just been after 5 I left. That's my day, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you were talking about. 4 or 5, you say, exactly when the victim was being attacked. Sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake. I remember it well. Not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after a dreadful time I had. What do you mean? I was walking down a calabash road and I slipped in the ice and donked my head. It's always worse if the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Yeah, he was on that side street. Knocked myself out clean out, I did. I thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in a corn pipe, you see. And Calabash is quite the quickest way for me to get back to your books. Juror number 6, I must insist. Can you add that information to your formal statement? Be extremely significant. Sorry. Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright. Sends me shivers down my spine to hear members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Asuma's guilt. I can't but feel that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree, it's irrelevant to what some of them are saying that sends shivers down my spine. Even some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Asuma if anything. That's something. Take that to revenge. Cunning. You're right. Let's listen to jurors again. They are odd, yeah, don't hold back. Pit them against each other. He locked himself out on Calabash Road. It was around 5 o'clock, you say, at the same time as the victim was attacked. I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed, but my dinner's on the table at the same time every day. Record, will you please identify the precise location of your fall? Goodness, it was eons ago now. I'm not sure I can remember. It was 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory, please. Well, let me see. It was especially slippery around about here. Yes, I remember now. Right around this corner. What happened to you then? You were alright? Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see. There's just no one around when I fell. So no one around when I knocked myself out. No one around when I came to again. No one around when I sneezed. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice warm house when I was my grandchildren were in. A sad and lonely picture you paint, sir. You were fortunate not to have frozen to death. Yes, how lucky it was a more serious injury. True, but it does sound like a it was very nearly another hospital admission or worse. Oh yes, one more thing. Were you wearing the same green overcoat that day in question? Absolutely, it's the only coat I have. It took until morning to dry it out properly. Good job too, or I would have had nothing to wear there. Count your blessings, I say. Oh, suppose we should. Yeah, green overcoat, huh? The gentleman certainly had a close shave there. Alright, we have some evidence. Let's see. Pay her against him. Green and green. Let's try it. Your statement is a clear show of flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, Colonel? Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6. Maya, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I wasn't loud or anything. At least one fact that we be sure of here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room indicates that the day of the attack had been in your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He returned home on foot. The man says no recollection of returning the journey. That's correct. But he does remember seeing someone appear in front of him that way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we're all aware of this. A poor young woman stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Shut up. I'm not done yet. You be sure of that, madam. My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. Same afternoon, there was somebody else fell apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell on the icy street of the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right. Referring to, of course, juror number 6. The hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you certainly suggesting the person in green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench today? Entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? Crucially, you know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person that Mr. Natsume saw collapse in front of him was, in fact, juror number 6, the defendant must have been taking a long route back to his lodgings. If that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar's Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! We got that one. You idiot, old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming around there, you would have boxed us off hours ago. Really? You were thinking such wearing such a befuddling coat. What did you say to me? The crime to be elderly walking the streets, you say, huh? Is that crime to slip over an ice? The crime to keep up with the latest trends and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? Hold it. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You would like to change your laning, I presume? I do declare that I would. Like to call a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? That's two. Oh, well done, Mr. Arnold. That was wonderful. You managed to change a couple of minds at least. Step from our position now will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. As themselves the current leanings are right or not. Now, if only we could identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them... yeah. We have the two in the middle next. They're able to tip the balance completely. That's exactly what we're going to do. He's looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That we have to prevent by any means at our disposal. And he's doing his duty of being quiet. Thank you, counsel. And with a fine summation and examination, please. On with it. Yes, my lord. Why would it have been that old man in that green and the defendant saw? I have to call him not guilty. It's only right. Sorry about my overcoat setting strong for the pigeons. You know, not guilty to make up for it. Alright, so now Mr. Digger. And why would he take the shortest route home?
Objection!
Two statements clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Hey, what? I just want to get done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir. What do you mean? Juror number 5's words are now extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's being said on the map of the local area. The day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there was works being carried out on Meacham Street, making it impassable. Which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him to Meacham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yikes. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Oh, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? Must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3 has said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses as long way back to the bookshop. But, we now see he had no choice. Yes! My lord, my judge, if I may? Yes? I don't think I'm in all good conscience that I can stay in the man's guilty now. I say. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we get to the bottom of what really happened. And they're even again. How do you, sir? Eh, what, who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecutor's argument that should be filled. That's what I say. That's the laborer answer. That's 2. So now we're 4. Well, the summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the nays 4. And so the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Whoosh. Could it be churlish of me to drink in my hallowed chalice moments before raising an objection? Only to crush you into disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Who the fuck cares about your goddamn chalice? No one gives a shit about your chalice. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? Mistakenly credited those jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Now insult the jury. That's gonna get you your guilty verdict. And yet we have witnessed them falling apart for a cheap trick performed by an European Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. All I've said is the truth. Everything I said, indeed. Star Wars juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of pavement which you have excavated, sir? That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learnedly pleased friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance of 2 yards represents? 6 feet, rather? Actually, no. 10 feet? 6 feet. No clue. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters? Less than 2 meters. That's not much at all. In other words, the distance readily vaulted by someone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Eh, me? Well, can't say you're wrong, no, but he would have noticed someone jumping over the fucking hole. What? And you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site as he works? Eh, I wouldn't dream of it. It's a waste of time. No creatures would have hope of passing it anyways. We just return any gentle folk back the way they came. The kids just jump over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I had little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2 meter trench on his meanderings around town. Huh? Is that true? I love that he could spring over a 2 meter trench. Is that true? Is it? The convertible truth is that the books the books just purchased of the accused were found at the scene. We know that his way back in his belongings, assuming walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And the old man. We still haven't presented this, the receipt. Picture of LaSalle, medal of this and that. One of the books was not that. You were told that earlier. The old man. Cole, the man, you can talk. You said that around 5 o'clock in the day in question, you slipped and fell on the Calabash Road. Was there any suspicious looking at bunnies behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say I remember. You don't really remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? Said the old man has the accused he saw, but I will lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. That point. Order! Order! Order in the head! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord, if you have such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? Oh, he's supposed to keep quiet. Wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience no doubt he came for. Let him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Yeah, and off at the Cape now. So let my learned friend. Today's sightseeing tour in London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord? The Prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Sure, do you not remember? The people who supposedly saw the crime. Been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. It's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. No matter who has the experience to stand as witnesses, I have no matter what they say, believe Isoseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing until the very end, until this battle is over. Will they bring them both? That. Witnesses, please state your name's occupation for the court. He's asleep, barely awake. Eating his fucking, strap. Through. Constable Rolly beat, sir. Sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. And Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. Proud to say that it's young town's hero's wife. Yeah, after that long walk and all the shit he has to do as a patrolman, yeah, I feel sorry for him too. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Chewing his damn strap. I don't know, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the B is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. We have. Indeed, apart from being aware days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. Yep. An excessive fucking amount. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes. They fucking collect taxes also? Survey the streets, check the meters are reading true. They fucking collect taxes also. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. Fucking, yeah, like these poor cops, like we've heard this before. These poor fucking cops. Some just die from exhaustion, they had said. There's a number of items in that list that don't sound like policing duties at all. That's true. I don't know what that Twitch notification was. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I would collapse long ago. But it goes without saying that policeman's primary duty is apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes in his beat. For the London hobby is a man of honor. And for London, Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. They witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it really? Constable Rory Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's gonna be. And if he couldn't see the people in front of him, how could they see him? Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You'll tell the court exactly what you saw in the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary. Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. I'm not gonna do that. They're just whatever witnesses for the moment. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog and the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight to her, of course, and went for help at the nearby police box. It's definitely the Japanese man in the dock. Roy and I both saw him, clear as day. That's very straightforward. Oh, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Cross-examine. Oh dear, the policeman and his wife were claiming to have positively identified Mr. Asumi at the scene. Assuming this is true, the alternate course of events you established in the summation examination should be quashed. It's definitely, in fact, because the alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate be chancing on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of the London Bobby seems very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. We'll have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yeah, he couldn't see them. And the other one of these witnesses is a policeman, nonetheless, so I appreciate the gravity of the situation. I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Easy to probably spring up during the testimony. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly and I were taking him out for a meal. No time for changing after work.
Hold it!
No time for changing after work, you say. So you're also a member of police force, Mrs. Beetle? Beat? Oh no, Sally, no, it's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and elderly can't even apply. This guy is gonna probably perk up at some random point. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. His run-down uniform. It suits him. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? Oh, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station, and actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. That's sad. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal, you had to finish your beat on the day, correct? That's right, Sa, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, I was spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, Sa. As long as I'm proud of this, owner of this, I'll serve my city and the Queen to the end. What is that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof I'm a London copper. A warrant card. It has a noble founding principle of the force written on it, and reminding us the policemen of our sworn duty. Patrol the streets of London and uphold the peace of the common man. Sa. And for such a noble cause, I'll cover 20 miles a single day without fail, without grammar. Because I know that the plotting my boots is Londoners need to hear to feel secure and safe. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come in it then. But that's one particularly I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beetle put up will not be married to a Bobby like me. I want to show my wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. The young couple is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Anyway, the two silhouettes appeared out of the fog and moved in front of us.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up a bright road in the opposite direction. There was a particularly plump fellow, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That doesn't exactly the victim is pictured in this print, like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. You are certain at the time where there was nobody else nearby? Oh, it's quite certain. It was dark and there was street lights on the briar, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Oh, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light of fog in the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight. You can see fairly long way down the pavement. And then there was street lighting as well. I didn't see anything other pedestrian. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beetle. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, a copper who says every day and me watching the streets, I swear to it. I am sure, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, they're still maintaining there was no one else on the road and the victim of the attacker. Starting to seem like they must be how it really happened. You didn't think there was nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Sumi who did it. From the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we've heard a reasonably clear idea of the situation before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and then the other just scattered something before running off. Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, they realized it was what it was. Didn't we, darling? Wow, yes, that's right. It was just some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, the culprit had dropped a number of them. All around the victim, all around where the victim lay on the victim. Why would you drop them all around the victim? Why not where he was standing? Indeed, it's clearly pictured in this photographic print. Yeah, specifically all around the victim. Almost placed there, wouldn't you say? That running Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But I saw him, it was the man in the dark without question saw. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, taunting mouth, the snub nose, everything. We haven't looked at the people yet. Susato Kubota, Mikatoba, 16. Judicial assistant in Britain, studies tours. To a fine Japanese lady and a huge help for me always. Male Strongheart. Lord Chief Justice wields absolute authority in judicial matters, including the appointment of lawyers, he's thoroughly intimidating man. Tobias Gregson. Detective Inspector in charge of Scotland Yard's investigation of the scene. of the case. Stern, single-minded in his approach, and a great lover of fish and chips. Soseki Natsume. Scholar sent to Britain by the Japanese government. To study first studies of English. The defendant accused of attempted murder. Iris Wilson, 10. Extraordinary young girl who lives with Mr. Sholmes. She has a degree in medicine and is an author of a popular series of short stories. Joanne Garrideb. Mr. Garrideb's wife who poses as a housemaid merely to keep up appearances as the neighborhood. She is in attendance today as a member of the jury. John Garrideb, 3846. Retired army man who was landlord of a lodgings renting out to the defendant. Mr. Natsume, with an old knee injury, has been confined to his chair most of the time. Oh. Herlock Sholmes. It's not a person in the world who doesn't heard of the famous great detective. Not a person except me, apparently. Baron von Zeeks, 32. A prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Bailey, though concrete details about the man are not forthcoming. Mr. Olive, or Miss Olive Green, rather. The victim of the case was found with a knife in her back. Luckily, the wound didn't prove fatal, but the woman remains unconscious in her hospital bed. Rolly Beetle, the witness. Told London Bobby, who witnessed the incident while he was walking down the street with his wife of a year, Patricia. Patricia Beetle, 2321. Wife of Constable Rolly Beetle, who is a witness to the incident, is relatively recently married and fiercely proud of her policeman husband. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. Then suddenly he threw his books on the pavement and ran away. How can you see his eyes from that far away? I see. This is tough. It's even tough when they're telling. It seems as though they're telling the truth here. But never mind, the court is unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now, please continue. Yes. We ran a state over course went for the help of the nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Oh, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beetle to go. It's off duty at that point. Well, Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beetle. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see, I told her where to find the right police box. Is there a wrong one? Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman stabbed was actually on my beat. Where the woman was stabbed was actually on my beat. So I took Patricia the way to the police box of the beat of the incident fell under so they could go and report it. Ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. Something more important than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh, we gotta break this fucking couple up. Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, well, Patricia said so. Let's move on, shall we? It's definitely the Japanese man in the dock. You and I both saw it clear as day. Clear as day on a foggy day, right? You just said you saw silhouettes just before.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners are exceptional eyesight. I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. You just said you saw 2 silhouettes at the beginning of your testimony. Well, husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. That's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is a thick. It's thick you can't even see your hand and the end of your arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband's about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why I can tell you for certain that it was a little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Oh, what? Ah, yes, that was the accused and no mistake. Mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taunt mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as the couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Saseki saw running from the scene of the crime. So that's it? Is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really doesn't seem as though Mr. Beetle saw what they saw. Someone running away from the scene of the crime on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So, what if it's true? Where does it leave us? Members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! That what has to do. Cosmo somewhere here? What are you trying to say? I think we're trying to find a contradiction somewhere within their testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? Statement of seeing Mr. Rahodo is unequivocal, calling that into question won't help. Identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts. To discredit them. Make the jury doubt their pair's testimony is accurate. Alright. Simply must focus on discrepancy in the statements elsewhere. Thought reach the trial earlier, so we have to press them again. What do I have to be up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course, what is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... Seems like we don't believe our testimony. Is that right, is it? Well, out of it. Well, it's just really not that at all. Husband's policeman, remember, I know what I saw. Remember every last detail, everything, like... Oh, I know, what about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names, every single one, every single one. Oh, really now, tell us. The question how reliable our testimony is. That will do, Miss Beale. No, it won't do at all. Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. If I even decided to forgive him by insulting us, don't think every minute, Roy. Let me know offense, please. Put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beale. Yeah, she's gonna add the books. Might that appease you? Yeah, she's gonna say the books, and I'm gonna say no. No, bitch. Oh, thank you, my lord. That would be nice to settle things. Wouldn't it, darling? Now, something. Even if you did tell the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene. Woman. Not 4 books. It's not 4 books.
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the time, the nearby second-hand shop of the day in question. After there had been a police box for help by... Well, I said I had a good look at over the area for a good measure. For a policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time? Sleeping. He was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. So much for preserving the scene of the crime. He was ever so hard, you know, ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of a crime. Well, Miss Beetle, seeing as you regard the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed of the scene? Happy to now. Are you listening? There was the picture of the Monsieur, somebody or other, and what's its three earnings? Picture of Monsieur, the something, yeah, Canterbury earnings, the meal for Canterbury. There was a meal for something, and the last one was definitely the damaging of something. You see? Yes, I see there's one or two holes in your memory. Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm sure. There were indeed books found and seen the titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? You think it was a very mean way to tell me and implying a testimony that can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Whoops, that's my picture. You'll have to answer to me. Me to answer to. Yeah, you pull out your gun in court, threatening people who contradict you. That sounds like an upstanding member of the beat. He's asleep holding his gun now. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. So that's it? That's her entire testimony? Alright, so we start with the first contradiction. Discrepancies. First discrepancy is right there.
Objection!
But you don't have much evidence, so you're saying that there were 4 books. Yeah, that's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's the earning, the meal for some, and yeah, tell me to do something. We can show the picture too. I'm sorry, Miss Beat, but there's a fundamental flaw in the statement of yours. Oh no! What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is a receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yes, and it deals Mr. Natsumi's purchases that day. But as you can see, the 3 books, only 3 books are listed. Only 3, but no, that can't be! I've never seen them! There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh really? Have a look at the photographic print of the scene of the crime. 1, 2, 3. Clearly see in this evidence as well, there's only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. Saw them there, I swear, I saw them. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So I cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no! No! Now he's turning the point. It's plainly evident that if your powers of deduction cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. Huh? Nani? What? What cannot be denied is these 2 witnesses saw their cursors running from the scene. So they claim. In fact, you know very well that you have no hope of disproving. Eh? So you have striven to avert their attention from the dint of the consequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He does see right through me. But your plan is somewhere recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh? You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of the Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But, what about the photographic print? It's behind the body. It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. That print, you mean to say... Whoosh, again. Allow me to present you another, one that shows the victim's hand. Why is it clipped into the road? I don't believe it. The lion's pride? What? That's not one of the ones that she mentioned. That's not the one that she mentioned. That's not the one she mentioned. Yeah, it's a completely different book. It's a 4th book. And that one you can clearly see the name as well as you observe. The 4th book was hidden from you from the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Now he's pointing. But we can counter back though. Ada! Ada! Ada on the head. You see there, look at that. Look. Yes. Just like I said, wasn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased and accuse of the in question. Let's beat all the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. Picture of Monsieur somebody. A picture of Monsieur Lacour. The what's its yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. Meal for someone. Meal for Graboo, in fact. Lacour just heard of the witness remarks of the tallest fly asleep for save a few minor details. The power's recollection can be described as exceptional. What's the 4th one? You hear that, Rolly? Gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless. Read that 4th book again. But there are only 3 books on the edge sheet. Speedo mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th was shown in his photographic print. I'm sorry, Consul, but that does not seem odd. Why should a 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. The photograph clearly shows the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. But that's not the book that she just read. She read something else. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and aforementioned photographic print to the court, please. Consul. My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene photo has been added. Taken from the scene of the policeman just after the incident shows the victim's hand. 4th book has been added. Lion's Pride. The prosecution rests. Like I said, it says the Lion's Pride, but that's not what she said. She said a different name. So we already have a tactic there, and then... Let me see. A book that says The Lion's Pride, entitled. I don't know any English literature at all, so it seems like I've heard... Wait a minute. Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of the book by that name before, and very recently too. Title I recognize too, Mr. Naruto. That's why. Oof. That just gives me goosebumps looking at it. It's really well done like that. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. It was the favorite book of this guy. Right, it's never be able to read. You'd never be able to read this, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorch of the edges of this paper, I think the damage has occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does it seem to raise a red flag with me? Information updated. Last private victims. I see the back cover is badly burnt. We know where this came from. Ooh, just looking at that is like it gives me goosebumps. It's like just like pulsating flesh. It looks like almost, doesn't it? All right. I have nothing further to add. Oh, we do? What? Nani? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurred us long routine of the accused lodgings you try to establish in your summation examination, and the attempt at discrediting of the witness's power of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything that it said is true. Isn't it right, my darling? That's not the fourth book she read. Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should I, the court, waste any more time on this Nepalese travesty? Or is the decision I have to make too apparent already? Objection. You have heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. Not yet. This trial has run its course. Mr. Emerald, I'm afraid we are in a terrible, precarious position. No, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well make things worse. 3 minutes, I think. What will you do now? Objection. It's the book.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast, there's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, my Lord Van Zeeks? Seems somewhat boorish to chase down a debate at this point. Oof. Your significant little Eastern Isle must be a very lawless hole indeed, for a lowly judicial system to have audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh? I am, to my shame, a very inexperienced lawyer. Still, a very inexperienced. You have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of these land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mrs. Otto. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we overlooked in this matter that you still see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants a further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. Let's take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. We have. Yes, I understand. We read that, and thank you, Mrs. Sato. This is it. Mrs. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let this go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, Lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. And it apparently offers a profound insight into this case and hitherto where it been overlooked.
Take that!
This tome. The evidence in question is, we can see from this newly presented photograph of print of the crime scene. The 4th book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the 4th book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, Consul. I must concur with this prosecution in this matter. When I afford you the opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. Must insist that you elaborate further, Consul. You identify his clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. Mr. Naruhodo, I believe that the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, Consul, precisely where is the vital clue in this case this 4th book conceals?
Got it!
Present that. I'd like to ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What are you... Good gracious. It's burnt to crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to be doing. Now, back to the pointing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? What if it might not be Nipponi's friend? Were I to concede that point, it bears no relation to the case, and there is nothing to discuss. So I should ask. So should you wish to assert as the fire So I should wish to assert that the fire damage is some sort of veiled clue that happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book? Just one possibility here. I have to rule out. Can't bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Consul. Explain this theory of yours. What are you trying to... What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this cover reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim grabbing it in her hand as she fell out of the floor. It's obvious. It's obviously hers. No, bitch. The question of the book came to the victim's hands yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who this book really belongs to and where it originated, we can answer that. The defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do you remember that members of the jury will burn you if your little gamble goes awry? Counsel, the defense responsible here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? John Garadeb.
Take that!
The answer is that book belongs to a couple who owns the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? And whether this has some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the duty in the courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm Miss Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Are you wearing the red ring? Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book, Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? We've made a lot of progress, and I want to save. Continue. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. This furniture is shred of evidence. Your accusations are unforgivable.
Objection!
Shut up. This is not a mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost the exactly same time the victim was stabbed in the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room of the top floor of Mr. McGriddle's Marigedeb's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, Consul? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was happening in the blink of an eye, you know. Whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started to go up as well. Worst of it is I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? As he can read the title. By Jove, it's the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you told the court today is the book is the same name involved in the fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I couldn't even imagine this sort of horrible one in love. Can you really? Absolutely not, Saw. Patricia will never raise a finger against me, Saw. Had my favorite novel, had my favorite novels in this case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of him, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. And there I was, backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back to the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Good gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted at the very evening of the incident. And there was no report of the Garrideb's windows pane being broken. That's quite true. We saw no sign of broken glass as we visited the Garrideb household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open at the time in question. Not even remotely. Let's not forget the season, the chilling weather that accompanies it. No London would ever leave the window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario at all for a serious Consul? Well, the shit was on fire, so why not open the fucking window? Why not open the window if everything's on fucking fire? The whole room was on fire. You earnestly claim that this book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough, Mr. Well, I hope that everyone can see if not what you are now, a little foreign trickster. Call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. Mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff was set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maiden for appearance's sake. How could you? Nothing to do with this beastly case, none of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. Oh, I assure you, it was never my intention. Dragging up an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears for what you do. Utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to the Nepalese shouting these fancy foreign theories? But I think about it. At the end of the day, the only one person could possibly have stabbed the victim. The little hunchback with a mustache, as he ran away from the scene too. Do I declare you're right? It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what was that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What's your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel as there have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been. Are you wearing spurs? Books are your predilection, my learned friend, and study them on your own time. What, no forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will you now state your individual decisions regarding the defense culpability of the court? We're gonna have to pit them fucking against each other again, aren't we?
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
We're gonna have to pit them again.
Guilty. Guilty.
We're gonna summation their asses again. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruto, don't give up. Mrs. Sato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting another one? Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. Yeah, one more chance. Fine then. My lord, defense asks for has right summation examination. Again. Huff. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Alright. Part 1 of the case. Not at part 2. The case is not over yet. I have considered the defense's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to proceed. So, counsel, you can now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Judicial findings. Juror's contentions. Accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation for how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even though the woman was storing books, that can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it? Dear me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even in the direct. It was a fucking fire. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'm gonna be tiny a bit for trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at the home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Huh? Oh, yes, that's more tangible arguments all members of the jury around this time. Let's see. With one notable exception, of course, the fucking guy at the end. My learned student has been able to find a fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must now accept the fact that it is indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. Fellows see how it could be argued any other way. That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, essentially you establish some other tangible examination of the facts. Explanation. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply gives a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. Mr. Amaruto, you could do it. Otherwise, this really is worth the trial ends. No pressure then. It's quite enough preamble. Proceed with our summation examination, please. Presume you are prepared, Consul. Oh yes, my lord. Alright, focus your mind now. Clearly, this key is the summation examination. It's going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garrett. Alright, let's light this book on fire and throw it at you. Let's see how, how harmless it is. We have a book that disappeared from Mr. Garrett's house the evening of the incident, and the 4th book in the victim's hand. Must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's all we had to find. She killed him. She threw the fucking knife. Using every technique I've learned from a short career so far, whatever it takes. Prefer to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrett and see how she reacts, even though other people are saying things. Yeah. She fucking threw the knife and killed him. Defense's rebuttal. Accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? 3 books of his. But as we know, there were 4 books, not 3. Yeah, what difference does it make? The evidence possible, but the 4th book is in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord. That's the part I had the problem with. Sorry. Well, at the point of the woman was stabbed, the landlord was at home, wasn't he? Showing a fiery scrap of his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyways, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. Yeah, across the street. On the 2nd floor. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. Not entirely. So it could have been the landlord who did it, which leaves it could have been the landlord. It was the wife, which leaves the Japanese fellow. Honestly, I can't see why all this palaver is about. Done deals. It's a done deal, isn't it? Suppose it is something left. What do you left to say? There was some novel alternative explanation about the victim got stabbed. I'm clear. So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such a delight on your face. I'm afraid I shall be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. Nice. I can't believe you are too. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? True. That is true. You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking. Wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see, an overly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated in overwhelmingly strong testimony. Despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. Well, us modern gals aren't always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'll be too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with one. I'd be happy to have that if only I could. Let's do our very best to not disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right, I'm glad you omitted the rational part there. Even if the woman was throwing books, it could be related to crime scene if the window was closed. But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's no way they could have been. How can you be so sure? Prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London is no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, the window wouldn't be open. Us Londoners would be sitting in the fire and staying warm. Yeah, but the whole room was on fire. But you couldn't categorically state the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. The room was on fire. So what's the point of having windows then, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Yes. Well, he is fighting a child. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility the window was open. The room was fucking on fire. Because this young man isn't going to be budged otherwise. This bitch theory me. If only a little book and hardly life-threatening with a direct hit. It was on fire, you fucking crazy bitch. The little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I will have you know. Alright. There's really no such thing as loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself in playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes, but it's not even addressed to fucking him. But I really think the argument might have been risen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrett. Never mind of that. The point is, we're just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more suggestions that it was otherwise, whatever to do with this crime. She killed him. She threw a knife when it was open. Right, well, let's see about that. What about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be churning a hair at Miss Scaredev's relentless onslaughts. So he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. That's not really gentle. I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be a tight bit of trouble. You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? Man's future's at stake here. Well, him and me both, like I said before. What? Told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? Gonna bring home some readies for me tonight. You'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? Nani? Hear me, my missus isn't one to mess about, you know? She can be fierce, believe you me. And a shining example of marital bliss, then. So I shouldn't have had like this cropped up the other day. I was, well, well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. You was hit that hard on the head. Sorry. It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Believe you are too. Helpful. Wonder if Mr. Beetle had ever dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Mr. Beat. Don't even go there, Mrs. Otto. Need somebody to jog his memory about this. Couldn't think of it, we had a fireball at home. a while ago. It gave me little sneezes. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about the fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It has 71 candles on top of it. It was a sight to behold. You put candles on a cake? What kind of devil worship?
Oh, yes. They don't know that.
Oh, of course not. It was an angel cake. It's my birthday, obviously. Seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruto. Anyway, I must have managed to puff it out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught fire and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like a devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. How did you catch a cold from a fire? We opened the window. What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. Then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil in the grave it did. Yeah, after you were all wet. A terrible cold from it. Put me in a hospital for a while. Oh, forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But somehow this old man's story is playing something on my mind. You need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Emily, could have attacked the young woman from the street. No, or he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, this picture is full of personal prejudice. I can convince her right, even if they face the logical arguments on the contrary. You need to pit them against each other, force them to alternative. Say the contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Let's see what I could do. If anything stands out, I'll go for a strike. Ask the spirit. When winter house fires are dire, you have to open all windows to clear the smoke. That's when the chill gets you. Have to pay. It's horrible. Wouldn't have been life-threatening. Later, the crime can it? Victim was stabbed. Throwing books. Can it be related to the crime when the window was closed? Winter house fires are dire. Cues left behind the scene. You know, it can't be related to the crime. The window's closed. I'm pretty sure these two are 3 and 6.
Objection!
Two jurors clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. Huh? What do you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? You see your takes account of his birthday celebrations last year. Seems despite being the Londoner, he had to open his windows in the middle of winter. Yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, only obviously if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you're not mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. And they didn't question that at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrideb house. And Mr. Garrideb had the following to say about it. The whole place was filled with smoke. Oh, my head. What's up with her? We're gonna get some testimony out of her. What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? Juror number 4, you have something to say about that? Miss Garrideb! Ah, dear me. What's the meaning of this? How dare you imply I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative you confirm something for the courts. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or did your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been filled thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught fire as it did. Such like that. It's conceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Alright then, yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't be easy since I continue to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, never stop throwing until my anger subsides. That would have been terribly bad news for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. I can establish that the window was open. Simply must have added Miss Garredeb's formal testimony. Now you mentioned it, yes, the window was open at the time. Clearly forgot it. It's true. The fourth book we found at the scene of the crime shows obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book was The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garredeb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. And she's still panicking. And the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now that I come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the onset? Because I couldn't, you little insolent little man. I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can't lay your hands on, as well as, you know. There we go, that's all we need right there. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. He's panicked. That's the funny thing too, like when someone's doing testimony, someone else, because there's multiple witnesses, like, even with the jury, is like, oh, something happening.
Excuse me.
Pursue this. What is it, juror number 5? He's panicked. You know something? I remembered what I was. The memory that I blocked out. Ah. I was listening to what this granny was saying and brought all floating back. Who are you calling granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garredeb, or the maid, I'll have you know. Ah, that man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me it's not because he's used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. Put my hand in my pocket for my wages and I just earned that day and I nearly died. It was a hole. The very last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. Lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck to the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. Alright, that's what we needed also. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the dames. I'm sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I could tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Well, anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When a woman loses her rag, they'll throw anything. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. That's what we needed. Mr. Naruto, you must think of all the women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Says Miss Thrower over here. No, I wasn't thinking that. Yet you fucking threw me 5 times. Their household objects are people as well. It's so uncivilized. Well, throwing the actual people is more civilized. These attack of honor, using a bow, or like... What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words. Could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to that bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Ah, she fucking looks with a goddamn smile. Almost rage your hole almost anything at you. The kitchen knife has really brought me home. The windows could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Alright, back to where we were going.
Hold it!
Point where the victim was attacked on the Briar Road. You know, there was a small house fire at the Garrett Depp household on the opposite side of the street. Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. Counted the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows open, despite the kill. The Miss Garrett Depp was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed to the corner by the window due to their wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have been thrown past the man and out the window. Only what? I can't really see how this could have gone with the way of over the other side of the road. They're on the second floor. So I don't really see how this could change my decision, really. Let's see. That wasn't enough. What is it with these people? I think to persuade these people. Open window. So we got some information against it. What about him or him? What about these two? How the victim was stabbed.
Objection!
It seems clear that it's a different connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain counsel, at once. Juror number 2, you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternate explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? It demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originally, that Mr. Garrideb's room was on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it is equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way to the Garrideb household, from the Garrideb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Miss Garrideb could have thrown any number of objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that, whatever since the true origins of the book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now listen here, you little Estringala. As the foreman of the jury, I demand a straight answer. You was still yarn about some other object making its way out of the house. But what? What was it? Really taking a big gamble here. It's a bold accusation, but I haven't had real evidence to back it up. I'm certain, at the very least, it warrants further investigation. Right, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. Object found its way from the Mr. Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
the jackknife. Juror number 4, Miss Garrideb. What now? Must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. You ever seen it before? Good grief, Consul. What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that's lodged in the victim's back, ma'am. She knows where it's going. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were at the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had backed up against the window, when it had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed to at the crime scene. Can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. You're saying that I flew out the window and across the street to land neatly on her hand? Huh? Even my missus ain't got aim like that. Yes, I admit, there are too many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. It's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Ah! Mr. Garrett, Miss Garrett, please answer. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh. Ah! She threw it out the thud. She's seen it before. My lord, I wish to change my decision. I am a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. Certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end right now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman? I have to agree. Not that I think that the granny did it, mind you. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy with this at the moment either. Together now, ladies and gents. 4 people. Back to not guilty. We did it? Well, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of the jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4, now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And the trial will continue. It's a very stressful trial. Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? We have a theory now of how that happened. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant and it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation to what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. Let me start by first insisting. You must all be familiar with the relative positions and places being discussed. What do you mean by that? Where's his angle this time? It should be ready more apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Prior Road. God, this trial is dreadful. Very stressful. Which means the distance from the Garrett house to the scene is 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. It's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. But remember, they were on the 2nd floor. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you rightly noted the portentous significance. The 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. Trigonometry. In other words, a smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house travels some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingertips and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And then the jackknife followed a near identical trajectory to plunge in the middle of the victim's back. Fantasy was somewhat stretched notion of having a bad day of the victim. The victim probably bent down to pick up the fucking book and... Yes. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories you have more believable plots. Ah. So thing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mrs. Otto? So your lie detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, may I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated has been believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. As such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. Exactly, just because you don't want to entertain it. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joanne Garreleb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror? Well, she is the fucking person involved in this shit. Order! 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 In the head! Futurama. Well, this is highly irregular. This is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Second bottle he's broken today. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? There's already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have been flown from the sky before the couple's eyes. They saw silhouettes. They specifically said she saw silhouettes. We must assume that they are able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Barrett Pete reporting for duty, sir. Well. Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. Haven't slept for a month on account of my villains who's appeared on my beat, sir. Then you'll be dead, then. Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling. I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero. You make me swoon. Very well. I'll hereby reject the defense's request. Oh? Nor the witnesses in the stand to testify again. Say forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. Constable Beats reports. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, believe me. London Bobby is good on his word. Oh, you say that now. You see, sir, the windows top floor of the Garrett house are top hinge casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. Really now. We did leave the scene to go fetch help, and Trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing had disturbed. He was asleep on the fucking grass, and the snow. You just said that. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. You were asleep on the fucking floor in the snow. So yeah, you were looking at the crime scene. That's a very small fraction of it. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinge casement windows. The detail is not in the police report, Constable. Oh yes, sorry about that. Must have been a little drowsy, though. You can excuse your sins for drowsiness this time, every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinge casement window? And you can excuse your ignorance for such a trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows of Mrs. Garrett's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as the top hinge casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, see? I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. Casement window's most prominent feature is its stay metal bar, which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It's being open. Press is opening. Not all the way, at least. Pleading is correct. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife had been thrown through the window, it would have clattered against the pane and had fallen straight down into the pavement. What about the bottom window? No. You see the problem that... good. Your education in windows is complete. Is there any possibility either of a book or a knife traveling 15 yards of the road? That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we discounted already. That can't be... Did you see that, Rolly? The young Japanese man collapsed in agony. Yes, my darling, I saw it. I like how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you were so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and the arguments are pretty much over. Counsel, if you drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. You can start the cross-examination, and already my argument has been destroyed. My lord? Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Cross-examination. Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, believe me. A London Bobby is good for his word. How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has been noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder for us policemen of sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? But we didn't actually get to read it. Did he? I can't say I remember. Patrol the streets of London and uphold the peace of the common man. Is what the job's all about. That's why I stand here today beside my beloved suffering wife and tell you that Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Saw. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Again, this was no, none of that. None of this is what I meant. I mean, how can you be safe for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Ah, I see, Saw. You should have said so earlier, Saw. Yes, well, so... Can you answer the question? That was a waste of time, then. Absolutely, Saw. We'll answer in my fullest ability, Saw. Surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute can't be related to the case. But before I get into that, Saw, just one more thing. Yes? Very much like you and all your countrymen do understand the Great British Institution of Scotland Yard. Hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just arrived. So today, and Saw, happy to lend you my warranty card for your personal perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Constable Beats' warranty card has been added to the entered the court. Small folding wallet that identifies London Bobbies and contains the rules which conduct must adhere. Falling asleep in the snow is probably not a rule. You see, Saw, windows on the top floor are top hinge casements. Alright, let's read your rules. Only two. A policeman must try to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for further furtherance of community relations. Any crimes falling under restriction of a beat in the... Number 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Number 2. Any crime discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist in the initial investigation and help detectives. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. It wasn't his beat, so it's not his jurisdiction. But when it's discovered on his beat, must assist with it. So he had no obligation to go help out. 20 miles. Alright. I'm sure he's going to contradict his rules with the falling asleep. By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct? Yes, sir. To just air a little bit of air to the house, you see, and restricted how they open. What about the bottom part? And therefore anything thrown out the window from this side of the room will simply strike the pane and fall straight directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite of the scene of the crime. On the other side of the rather wide road. Unless the body was moved over there. It'd be so hard as somebody mentioned this top hinge casement thing before. Well, I have another question for you, Constable. What would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea of the sort of windows Mr. McGarrett's house has been furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Did you now?
Excuse me.
Something you want to add? Do you have something to add, Miss Beat? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? I was just remembering that, that's all. Really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just lucky that it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, that Briar Road, is on the boundary between the Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? He's asleep again. Constable Beat. Huh? Oh yeah, yes, that's right. The reason I was helping with the investigation occupants of Great Ace household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, so. Well, that really is cutting it close then. Constable, I'm wondering if you could clarify something. If the Great Ace household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see, I was unaware of that. Just think if that woman had been attacked on that other side of the road, Briar Road. We would never have been able to go for the meal we would have celebrated our wedding. It's the life of a Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Or you could just hire fucking more cops. You know what I think? I think it was a good Lord's way of rewarding Worley for his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat. My love, that must be it. Hey, perhaps we should make sure that we have information officially on record. Give it to me, Mr. Emerald. I'll take it immediately. Case file's information has been updated in the court record. Pavement just where the victim had found lies outside the Constable Beat's beat, border which runs across the middle of Briar Road. That's my turn, I think. So his beat ends on that side. Reporting Officer Royal Beat. The assailant was seen running through the reported flight risk. He was on the east side of Briar Road. Now it's my turn, I think. Ozzy would have been thrown out of the window and we would have seen it. Alright, let's fully listen to this. Top casement windows. Yes, It'll fall directly below. Opposite of the scene of the crime on the other side. Alright, let's go through and back to where all this stuff. How would you know? The windows. We got that. You helped. In what way? Various members of the public were questioned on the order to gather information of the case. That's right, Saw. The sad truth is we're all overworked. Even though it wasn't under the jurisdiction of my own beat, I obviously wanted to help. I see. Well, thank you. Oh, it's my turn now. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. So that was added? But according to the notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky, looking for a lucky star. Sorry? The star which will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer this question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And I had seen a shooting star. I would have made my wish upon it. There'd really be an inspector, I said. 3 times at least. Of course. What with the smog and everything, we couldn't exactly see any stars. Smog? In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, Saw. It'll be correct, Saw. Sure as the night sky's alone as it's starless, Saw. Oh, it certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. They leave the scene to go fetch help, but I was trusting Rolly would make sure nothing was disturbed. He was asleep in the snow! Face down on the snow. And there's one thing we can see in both photos. All the snow is cleared around the body. Why is that? Yes, you said that you were in a nearby police box to fetch an officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If I had been on Rolly's beat, I would have had to know exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't expect to know the relocation of your police box on my beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost in the way. Patricia, my darling, so I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching me. To me. Well then, that's new. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Terrible sense of direction. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for 15 minutes? But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene of the whole time. Made sure nothing was there. But he said he was sleeping in the snow. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, so. You said he was face down in the snow. Take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, Saw. Nothing straight to report on that front, Saw. Yeah, you looked at the floor. That was your crime scene. According to your earlier testimony. Nothing to report. That's correct, Saw. I said my eyes were wide open the entire time, never looked away for 1 second. No one approached from the scene, or nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on the yard's honor, Saw. Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, Saw. Strange, Saw. Seems altogether regular to me. Yeah, it contradicts your earlier testimony. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha, it couldn't be a different copy, Saw. One that was just happened to be burnt as well. Even if it were possible, why would the victim be gripping a book like that in her hand? Because even as photograph of print, she had a bag. She had a bag over her shoulder. Purse. Well, Saw, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived in the scene, Saw. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries are how the knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up on her hand. Must be some common thread between them. I'm pretty sure she bent down to pick it up, and then that knife went into her back. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? She's gonna undermine her case now. You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really... I mean, what is she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, that doesn't make my testimony less valuable. You might see me as a wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I don't really remember ever suggesting I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear. My voice will be heard. My lord, you let me speak, won't you? Yes, Miss Beat. I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. He knows. Let her do what she wants. That was very loud muttering. I heard that. The Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might lead you with something like that, but Rolly won't. Duly noted, Miss Beetle. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction's a little off sometimes, though. And you both said you saw silhouettes, meaning you did not see the face.
Hold it!
The crime happened on that side, and then somebody moved the body. Miss Beetle, let me question what you told us. I saw it, I did. I saw everything that... I saw it clearly. Mr. Man with whiskers, funny, curved back, slinking away from the scene. Ah. I know what I didn't see as well. Didn't see any flaming bugs or knives through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I was up on the wrong place when I made the arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross with me.
Excuse me.
Something to add? Constable Beetle, is there a problem? No, Saw, no problem, Saw. You guys want angry? Did your wife's remark just bring up something of mine, perhaps? Well, in a way, Saw, yes, Saw. I was just remembering that same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Miss Beetle lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. Thought she'd be back in 10 minutes, but my dearling was gone for a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I took so long is because of the bouquet, silly. Bouquet? bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? It was a present from our wedding anniversary. It's really so romantic. Saved up for his fartings and pennies he found the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. Forgotten all about that until now. Had you, my darling? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. Don't talk about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? The bee looked very obviously troubled in that exchange. Afraid I can't offer us useful insight, Mr. Naruto. But I'm quite sure one thing. You have to ask Miss Beetle about that bouquet. Miss Beetle, the bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. He's not sure where that will go, or he knows. Well, it was there. Like, let's go back to the full record of this. That's right nearby police box. Is off his beat. Yeah, oh, please. This case is long. Nothing strange, sir. Damn it! Sorry, Mr. Naruto. I had no right to speak out. What do you mean? Mr. Cross-Examination was carried out well constantly. Even if the judge did deny me. See, well, I agree with you. Testimony from Miss Garrideb. We're ever gonna get the truth on the matter. You really think so? Think about it. No matter how far across the road where the window opens, Miss Garrideb's book is found on the scene of the crime somehow. You're right. It was Miss Garrideb's reaction to the showing the knife. Was hiding something, I'm sure of it. You're right again. Cross-examination uncover more. One way or another, I swear. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna do the last statement first. Okay, I want to see everything about it again. Because she reacted. So we didn't get to hear everything. Which probably wasn't much else. Nothing to report. It was strange. Different copy? No. With Lady's hand at the moment we arrived, Saha. Alright, back to skipping this again. Alright, now to her statement. Alright. The new statement. Or rather, updated statement. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and I ended up losing my way up for a while. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. I ran over and saw the woman with a knife on her back. I was so shocked. I dropped the bouquet and Rolly gave me. There's a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report to the policeman whose beat it was. Yes, and they came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. I spotted the bouquet again. But the funny thing is, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. I'm right. The body was on the left side of the road. Someone moved it to the other side of the road. The wife, perhaps. In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard the voice calling for me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't quite think of how I got there. I really can't. The bouquet was somehow moved from one side of the briar to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? The worst of it is I forgot to pick up the bouquet again and when we left it at the scene. Beautiful Rosa brought me silly, and that's strange with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought for my anniversary with the old bits of change he found in the gutter. You just call it a rose? Tell us, Lord Francis, where did this come by this flower? It's on the left side of him. According to the report left by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb house. I told you. I told you. In front of the Garadeb's house. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, it lay there and the street lamps cast no light. As she said. It was believed to be no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the road on a doorway. Her testimony now proves it. Something else. Oh, thank you, Soki. Can I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Anniversary bouquet has been entered to the court record. When Patricia beat from her husband Rolly, the shock of seeing the stab victim caused her to drop at a rose where she stood. But it's a symbol of our love. Yeah, and we know exactly where that was found. An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose. I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruto? Of course not. Wouldn't say that's exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit-based trees, for example. Very stylish paper is wrapped around, isn't it? It's an old newspaper, Mr. Naruto. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped up a stone-baked sweet potato in the English newspaper, it might look something like a fancy cake. Ah, Suzato-san, you do love your cakes. Alright, what's the date of the newspaper then? English rose. It's beautiful. So that's an old newspaper. How do you know it's an old newspaper? The part that glows is the part by the fucking flower, so that's all we can learn about it. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after a trial, you hear me? I want it back. Good grief, rest assured you shall do the best to not forget, Miss Beat. Didn't take my eye off the scene for one moment, sir. I'll get straight to a report, sir. Alright, then if that's true, let's explain the rose.
Objection!
You claim, Constable Beat. There's nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you're guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What? What do you mean? To say? In your testimony just now, Miss Beat, you explained that to the court that when you arrived at the scene of the crime, the policeman assigned to the beat, okay, you had dropped on the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of this meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown to the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Oh, that's just rude. That's just mean. Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did the Constable Beat not testify to that fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing else was removed from it. Constable Beat sorted it on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It was nothing to do with the case. That's why the rose... That's why the the cat stuff has to go out. If you want to get the bag, I'll put it back before you go to bed. Yeah, because that's definitely full. You can put the cat stuff in there if it fits. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously on the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Beside Miss Beat's bouquet, there's Miss Gareleb's book. Miss Gareleb's copy of The Blind's Pride, which was thrown by the window of his wife, would have struck the pane in the casement window and landed on the west side of the case. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we heard, Miss Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Gareleb's house. There's no logical explanation for these things. Unless someone deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? What are you talking about? It sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Filtering about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Because you're the fucking criminal. Oh good, Miss Garredeb's come around. Might call it nitpicking, Miss Garredeb. Deliberately meddling in the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering. Obstruction. Tampering, Mr. Naruto. But the person responsible for tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle, compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would have possibly had the reason to carry out such elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered the scene of the crime that evening. As the testimony points to one particular person. Counsel must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for the tampering with the scene of the crime? Bitch.
Take that!
No need to think about it. No. There's only one person who could have done this. And to share your internal monologue, Consul. Sorry, my lord, I was just thinking a moment to get my things straight. It's not the wife? It's definitely not the husband. And for the sake of the moment, waste court time. I'll pay you. Pay the price. That's right. Me or just things being strict around here. It was right, Mr. There's only one person who could have opportunity to tamper with the scene of the crime. Be no mistake. So it's not the wife. Who's responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? It's not the wife, but it's not Holmes. The victim. The victim moved. Where are the other?
Take that!
No, there's only one person. So even though we didn't present anything, it's still marking us wrong. Alright, we have one notch. Whatever.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person who it could have been. Constable Rolly Beetle. Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? Member of Scotland Yard? Nonsense. What Rolly would do... Why would Rolly do something like that? There's no straighter than my husband, a Bobby who works tirelessly for the police of London. Miss Beetle. You said in your testimony that your husband had asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch a officer on duty. 15 minutes that would have been asked for an opportunity to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. You testify he didn't do it. If that was true, Miss Constable Beetle would have seen him do it. Oh? And forgive me for pointing out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beetle, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well. First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife. Now you incriminate a policeman as well? Your accusations lack one very important thing. Claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason why anyone will commit such a reckless crime, to hide something. That's right. Husband and I are just happy to be there, that's all. So I wouldn't have anything to hide. Doesn't make sense. Because he wanted to go sleep. You've offered no motive as alleged tampering. We have one. Until you do, accusations are nothing more than empty threats. Vito's very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. If it was his beat, he would have to deal with it. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If I'm mistaken, I'm sure I need to point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irreparably damaged. Without a stark warning in mind, we explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beetle's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide that specifically where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what the Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Honey, where the victim fell, you mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you from the start, didn't we? On the pavement of the Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? This is right here, as if everyone didn't know already. That certainly is what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, this isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. On the other side, the one with that side. That isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tremendous trial will end, Consul. If that's your decision, the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place in this evening? But that's on the opposite side of the road. Yep. I don't understand. On the evening of question, Miss Scaradev's book fell directly down in the open window above. Your bouquet, Miss Beadle, was never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious.
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't listened to an ample amount of testimony we heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. Yes, that's right. I saw it. My own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening, already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold, you ran to the victim's aid. Was it actually on the west side of the road? No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Bean had then arranged for you to be absent for a while, sending you to help. In the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. Moved all the things shown in this print, the victim itself and the 4 books. Moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of the Briar Road. Extraordinary. The constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The rose. He was tired. The bouquet, I presume. If you call it a bouquet. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zink said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay in the street lamps, where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why only the bouquet that was found in the original position on the pavement on the west side of the Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? It's true, sir. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? You've been accused of frickin' tampering. Oh, really? It isn't true, is it? The lawyer said it's all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, gracious man I know. Oh. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything came out, everything exposed. Only it seemed it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. Order all in the head. Futurama, never let it go. What on earth is the meaning of this? Oh, Rolly, why would you do something like this? Move a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead would be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. He wanted to fucking sleep. I can't say I saw. He wanted to fucking sleep. Poor guy is fucking overworked. You don't have enough cops. That's not his fault. That's your fault. What? I really am so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. You wanted sleep. I have a possible explanation. For why, on the particular evening, Constable Beetle felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You're a foreigner, presumed to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zink, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Yep. As an outsider, you could see how shitty your society is. I believe it will be beneficial to court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I've heard that you better. I think you better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beatty's unthinkable actions? That. From a specific 20 months. This second one. A crime is discovered on his beat since the initial investigation helped detectives. This.
Take that!
The warranty card. I realize that I'm a foreigner to this land, but I have only just arrived in Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. Learn that, though honorable, the patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. For example, keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do every day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of his bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes. It was the very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beetle had worked so hard to be able to afford a simple gift for his wife, and was looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beetle stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw the shadowy figure through the fog collapse in the pavement ahead of them, must have gone through the man's mind. Besides, there was one particular day I looked forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beetle put up with me being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show her, my dear wife, how much I care. And this warranty card the constable offered to lend me earlier? Inside among the rules of patrolling policeman says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, patrolman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beetle. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes, yes. Everything you said, it's alright. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Yep. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on the constable's beat's side. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? You wanted to fucking see. It was the first time since I became a copper that I had ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal should be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. As to where we were, where the victim was lying, and what it meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a patrolman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? Why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so Apache had to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever's on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. You have to go to a police box that covers it. Turn right along Measham Street and then... all this stuff. It's almost 10:30, and time we should be stopping. Well, it looks like we'll finally finish this case before at a decent time. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. She's about to tear up too. I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, really? Just that one night. You knew that if the incident were on your beach, your evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene to outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, where it falls under the neighboring carrier's Beats care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure that the victim was dead, so you see... I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman out in the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got back at me for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I brought for Pot. Oh no, Rolly, it was all my fault. I should never drop that in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of this road to the other in total? 4 was, yes, definitely. 4. 3 of them drop on Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs of the Garrett house, of course. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? When all the ones were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, that's because it's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When I first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding that book. She bent down to pick it up, and it fell on her back. That's what happened. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that was the victim was holding? Oh yes, no doubt about it, Oh, interesting. The 4th book information has been updated. That's probably was the victim's hand when Mrs. Beetle ran over to see what happened. My theory holds weight. So we know how the person got stabbed. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There was only 2 people in the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However way you look at it, it was to be the fellow who ran off who had done it, I thought. Couldn't see any harm, really. I didn't think moving at all over the road would make a lot of difference. Suppose this is for me now. I've had it. ... My lord. Yes, Lord Van Six? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please don't punish my husband. This is all my fault. Because I'm always moaning for him to come home and for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Saw? Let this be your lesson for you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, Saw. Carve that lesson into your mind. and never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of the crime. Never again, Saw? You mean to say... Leave. Now. This trial is not yet over. Saw. Yep, we cleared up one thing, which is going to help us finish this trial. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Never thought a third party transplanted the entire scene of the crime like that. Indeed, my lord. Nonetheless, there is some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed the crime. Nope. Nope. Now we can call the bitch again.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for a knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Rangzix, this is true. Yep, very well. Name the person if you will, and further investigation is warranted. If further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. We're finishing this goddamn case. Long ass case, but we're finishing it.
Take that!
The defense would like to request the cross-examination of the new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth of this case. The imperative we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joanne Carolyn. Oh, me. Oh, dear me.
Objection!
The request has already been denied. Back before, but the situation is very different now. Miss Gareleb answered me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. Joanne Gareleb. Of course, of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. To clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over the Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw a book at your husband, and that was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the window, it descended and the window plummeted directly below, finding its way to what we now know the true crime scene of the crime incident. Yes, I said it. What of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Gareleb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Ah. I don't recall it. Seriously? I'm supposed to remember everything I picked up from the thrill of my husband? Anyway, the man over there in the regalia said members of the jury don't even have to testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Oh? Make no mistake. Your jurors are not special in any... You jurors are not special. You're not immune to the judicial process. But if you know something about this knife, man, let the truth come out. But that's just a common garden knife. It could have came from anywhere. We have several like that in my home. If I want them missing, how would I expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Gareleb? Everyone's suspecting her now. You will listen to me now. I refuse to believe in all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought of that I injured someone. You hear? Couldn't bear it. Yeah, you were trying to injure your husband. Oh, that poor woman. So yes, I want evidence. See how hard it is going to insist on me it's being my fault. You're gonna have to prove to me that I threw that knife in that, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Emerald? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh? The prosecution does not object to the defense's request of cross-examining this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm gonna have to testify? Juror number 4. As I am sure you quite appreciate, having observed it with your very own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even be aware. Oh, dear me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Miss Garland. Mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since I arrived in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here. I'm the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. And the fucking teapot. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joanne Garreleb. The truth is now going to be unearthed. She bent down to pick up the book and got stabbed in the back. And I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know what she has, if she's a housewife or a maid or whatever anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in this order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything you took place in your household and that evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dear me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Cheer up, Joni. I didn't know you were here. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only you in that room that day, that old thing, was it? Rather, I think I'll testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, darling? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. Not the sort of chap to leave my comrade to face disciplinary action alone. But John... Nope, it was still her fault. I presume you are Mr. John Garreleb. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumber Fusiliers, sir. See my fair share of action and living a quiet life, as it were. A quiet life? You were not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse in the day in question? Ah, well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent the first in the proud history of our British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events of your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Sir, at once. Oh. No. The Battle of the Garreleb. Yes, on the day in question, the wife and I did battle a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and the fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around the place. Can't say if I noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that ballad thing on the victim's back really was one of ours, you would have a job to prove it, I think. Oh, the testimony from the other guy. Testimony from the other guy. It has been thrown to the wall before. That's gonna be the proof. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. I had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if my enemy had kept shelling for us for another minute, we would have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware of every battlefield. You're just a old gnats will scurry on from death at any moment. Are we still talking about the marital earlier? Well, must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such as the surroundings are barely noticeable. These witnesses may not be able to offer any more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Yes, you may all be right. Well, whatever are the chances. We only had this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruto. Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, Consul. You may begin your cross-examination.
The Battle of the Gareleb. And we want to hear all the details.
Yes, on a day you're referring. My wife and I did get in a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now.
We know the reason. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it was started because of a note that was tucked in the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Gareleb. Rather passionate note, in fact. Miss Gareleb found the note and discovered her husband's little secret. She gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth. ...
I say, when a chap says that he can't recall such things, it's a common decency not to drag it up.
Sweating.
Besides, half of it was wide on the mark anyway.
A likely story. The waters have run very deep.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Knocked the candlestick over and
set a fire to the carpet.
As soon as it was out, though, got the window open.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread some items of the furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. So it happened there was some bath water around in the evening that sloshed that about to put it out.
A most precarious situation you've put yourself in. Ours is a three-sided story. It's a townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet.
That sucks.
Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although the little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Asumi, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? Obviously, very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all his money incomes to buy a book.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. I don't have a special way for her.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. This is so certainly not true of the Sasso takedown, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, she's always angry. How does she know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, some cabbage, garlic, towel, a sponge, a napkin.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garrett. Don't shoot, don't shoot. Oh, sorry. Beg your pardon? Your wife's remark now just bring up something of mine. Nothing of any significance, no. Just a barrage of projectiles to hold the whole thing launched in my direction. Or something more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, the fire poker, I seem to recall. The fire poker. Ouch. The woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit where each one. Ah! Good grief, woman, not now. We're not at home. This is a court of law. And she's pouring into this fucking thing. Oh dear me, I'm ever so sorry, dear. What is she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. What do you suppose happened here? Your pipe, sir? First thing in my hand is usually at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when to pick up the thing, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, so your pipe was broken. Never have been such things flying unless it hit by something pretty solid. Ah, yes, we know what hit it. Anyway, managed to bandage up the thing now. Ha, you want to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? We know what exactly hit it. That's it. I wonder what we should make this a count. It could be important. We know exactly what to do with it. Feds believe Mr. McGurb's marks are great significance. This war veteran's words only tell us of one thing. Betrayal at your fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimentalism perhaps are hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. What? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Oh, well, I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Oh, dear me, there you go again, trying to ingrate yourself into a young lady. This is it. This is it. It's a resolution of the case. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Pipe has been entered. Mr. Garrett's house apparently fell from the floor during the domestic dispute and when his wife broke. Hope you didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Emerald. No. You're fine. And there it is. Looks like it's be a sort of sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? For some reason it feels slightly ominous to me. Like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue that Mr. Gary Love's dress gown. I suppose I consider sentimental value to Mr. Gary Love. You know he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that or he can't afford to replace it. There we go. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of this pipe here. And he's been pouring stuff in there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? Tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Fragment of metal looks like a piece of metal. It stuck the tip of a knife. It was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Garrett's pipe. We're done. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. Looks as the tip of the blade or something. Tip of a blade? Something wrong, Mr. Emerald? I don't really know. It's just something nagging me. I don't quite get it. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some other piece of evidence again. Yep. And we'll solve it. Oh, looky here, Mr. Rodo's tip. Small piece appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing? Could be wrong, but I just have a feeling. Remember this? Ah, it's a tiny fragment of metal found inside Mr. Garrett's pipe. And just maybe... Oh my! It's a perfect fit. Somehow I just knew it. We just knew it. Perfect fit for the knife that was found in the victim's back. Hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruto. This case is done. She murdered her. I just had the feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Zato-san, we have something new to work with. She examined it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrelub. Now, if you return to the crux of the matter, you tell us the quarterly about the knife used to attack the victim. Plenty of knives around that place. Can't say for notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Get one of those. I want to know if my knife or two missing. Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see? Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle. You know, that sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets, too. And there's a little left of my leatherwork. Sorry to say we're always losing eyes about the place. We've had dozens of those things. And sell them on the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. So, needless to say, I snapped them up. John prefers to use knives that would... two knives at meal times instead of a knife and fork. What's wrong with you? That's all I have to say. What's wrong with you? Instead of a knife and fork. No, Joan, we don't want to tell people we're thinking some kind of savage. Ah! Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? That's just because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it may have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, of course, but it's not it's her fault. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir. If that bally thing on the victim's back really was one of our knives, it'd be a hard job proving it, I think. Well, we have the proof now. First we'll press. Then we present. So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife. Unless we can produce proof. Even though there was no other credible possibility for that. You forget, Mr. Nipponese friend, my Nipponese friend. That it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. If I could forget. Well, there was some way to know how to handle that knife. Suppose a wizardly like that is just a dream. Or if you're thinking of a fingerprinting, Mr. Emerald. What? You mean that's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch things, they leave behind a unique pattern in their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints are being used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter with the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. This knife found on the victim's back was really Mr. Garredeb's house. I only could transplant the whole incident a few years in the future. We don't have to worry about that. That's the extent of the testimony, is it? What do you think, Mr. Naruto? I think we heard all the testimony, to be honest. Can't say I'm particularly confident when we're about to prove anything in the testimony. Cross-examination is absolutely essential. Establish how the knife the incident can be. Yes, I know. Sure, both of us. In fact, sure, both of them must be being very worried. Worried the fact their knife that belonged to that caused the victim's injury. Even if we could find a tiny shred of evidence to support this theory, it will cinch this trial for us. That would be everything. Yep, it would. For Sasaki's sake, we must find a crucial last piece of evidence. We did. Now we just gotta present. Now we present. Prove it.
Objection!
Bitch. You go jail. Mr. Gareleb, could I ask you to take a look at this piece? You can ask, but I can't see that bally thing. You can't? Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. But it was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy my large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D of a P from a Q, to be perfectly honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather weary being asked every other letter, every other word. You must be very dusty. Buzzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Not just any crap. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear first to be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did your defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gareleb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove. Wonder how that got there. What precisely does fragment of metal... And what precisely does fragment of metal signify, Consul? You suggest that it was some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road. 100%. As Montella likes to say. I am. What? Nani? When put together with another piece of evidence from already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal is unraveling the whole truth of this case, my lord. And she's on a box to be on his level. You appear to be rather confident for that extraordinary excitement, Consul. Very well then. Present the particular evidence to the court. What evidence paired with this fragment of metal allegedly reveals the truth of the entire case?
Take that!
The knife. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade is missing. Common issue with the inferior blades sold at the unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what is this particular knife? No doubt this tip has suffered similar fate and now languished somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is a very fragment of the metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gareleb's pipe. Good grief! Lord Van Zeeks, did you have a heart attack? I don't believe it. He lost again. In an official capacity. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! Order in the head! Futurama. Never let it die. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcerer? He knows the truth. There's no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Consul, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment find its way inside Mr. Gareleb's pipe? Something that's clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Not to clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. So there had been... Whoop. There was this thing flying unless it hit with something pretty solid. It's her fault, not his. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. During this argument between the two of you occurred, a victim was the pavement below. Miss Scarlet flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrett had been set striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Good lord. Yes, and that's where the tiny tip of the blade found its way into Mr. Garrett's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there is no other credible explanation of how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. And then after losing the tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. Ah! In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Scarlet's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back in the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear. Oh. No!
Objection!
She bent down to pick up the book, and then that's when she got stabbed. A full-bodied theory, I give you that. Complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged and create a most plausible vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nepalese approach to balling his argument. Sorry? But after all that, it's just a theory. A bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled in an insurmountable inconsistency. Insurmountable? What? Lord Van Zyx, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? Inconsistency of simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in her middle of her back. Ah, yes, that's the last part of the book. Yes, in her. Ah. Big slap. That's right, you silly little man. Now go, Joan, old thing. What are you getting so excited about? Let's consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before he got stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. What time is it? 11 o'clock. There's still a decent time. If the knife had struck her and fallen from above... Get another glass. There's no possible way it could have landed herself in the victim's back. You're wrong. You're wrong. Order in her head. You're quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have stuck her on the top of her head. Well, it's one simple explanation. She bent down to pick up the book. He's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked this theory of his in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen. It would appear that the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If the theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Theory, my learned friend, is history. No, it's not. No, it's not. We're so close I could see the truth. Just sure we were on the right track. But now all the way has been completely blocked just because of one simple inconsistency. I can explain it. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and when the theory will stand. Miss Susato? You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruto. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if your path around this is incorrect, then the way to present itself. Key to this in the court record, I'm sure. Yes, all the information you need is there. It's true. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. Tactile acceptance of your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Shut up. Kind of weak objection. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper into the truth.
It's a test. Yes. The knife fell on the victim from above. There is no way it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Console? There is a piece of evidence in the court that can explain this inconsistency. And explain how the knife fell from above and could pierce the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present your evidence as you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can safely make this, the truth will be laid bare at last. It explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... the book.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. The final piece of evidence that the defense will present. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garadub's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to the scene in the first place. The photograph clearly shows the book in question, and the victim was holding it in her hand. But as we now know, it was a police constable that put it in between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of the whole transplanting the crime scene on the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beetle made an extremely enlightened statement at that point. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir. That's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book with her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Oh, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd be doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? She bent down and picked it up. By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what you may have happened now. Oh dear me, they see it. He sees it. We know the book fell from the top floor of the Garadub house on the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, and at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street under the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book right through. Yes, Miss Garadub. And then what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking and a book suddenly landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it. But I suppose she might have reached down. Yep. And picked up the book. Yes, that's exactly what the woman did. And she picked up the book. Oh heavens! And that woman, when she reached down to pick up the fallen book up, what position would her back have been? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman had simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark of the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. There was never really a real culprit to run from in the scene of the crime in the first place. No, this is nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadub, It was not his fault, it was her fault. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I was wondering perhaps I might have had something like that. It might have been something like that. And there, old bean. There, old bean. Poor Miss Scarab. Of course, I never meant for anything of that sort to happen, but sating her rage was more important than, you know, stopping a fire. It was all my fault, wasn't it? Entirely. I'll take full responsibility. Let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw that knife as well. ... John, dear.
It's alright, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly, for just burning you down. I'm sorry!
Dunk.
Now it's her turn. His turn. Oh, he doesn't have the strength for that. Donk.
Lord Van Zakes, what's the news of Miss Garrelub?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. This is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what would have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
What did he do? He almost got killed.
There is good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim had been treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. Oh, wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that's good news.
So, Mr. Sasaki Natsume.
Oh, yes.
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from a distant eastern homeland and studied our great British culture, and we have repaid that immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
Finally over. No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh, no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman was collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beale said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now. I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax, I can't trip. There are evil spirits lurking about the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Sasaki-san, his imagination really got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So what happened? I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for the help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship between a trust over two empires. For that, I'm truly sorry.
One could indeed say that some of the mysterious spirits have been at work here, I think. Want to create a chain of unfortunate mishaps. I've been fooled by spirits of the false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Ready to present your findings to the court. As the foreman and the jury, I assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. And do declare the truth be extremely cruel at times. Well, didn't suspect the woman next to me, but that's for sure. I'm sitting in for the whole being while she's out of action. But, you know, I know what her decision will be. I don't think that's how the jury works. This will be finally able to get out of here and get work started. Oh, it's about time. I say I'll have a quirk of a story to tell my grandchildren when they get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Such a weird system. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty.
And the fireworks.
And finally, Mr. Natsume,
Oh, yes, my lord, sir.
you are now a free man once more. I hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought to before me.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, sir. Of course. My life, also, I never set foot on this courtroom again. I'm transported to the theaters.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Alright, let's finish. Hopefully there's nothing else happens at the end, but we don't know. 20th February. 3:17 p.m. 10 a.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last. I'm free, I'm free. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Eddie, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Asumi is delighted. Would it be so hard to just say that, then? Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to that poor woman was no way your fault, after all. Just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal, locum, loyal! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I've never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I look down on me laughing at me, little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But, today, you, locum lawyer, my gloom to boot. You stood firm behind that baronial branch, before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end and taking bare that baffling truth. And I held up blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof. I bellowed, Bill, the best barrister ever born! Barrister. Well, that's very flattering. I'm very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my friends back home in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what this is what to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Ah, there you are, my dear friends. Apologies for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Holmes, what a pleasure to see you. I hear the moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto. Wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? It's 3 in the fucking afternoon. Ah, it's you, Herlock Sholmes. Oh, are we met, sir? You just met him yesterday and the day before. This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. previous encounters in the gloom, taking place in the gloom, either your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. Somebody couldn't place their curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Locke Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you peace of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I've placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor woman who ran off, are you not? Has she been taken to the hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We're but humans, after all. Anyone who could have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind it. Now then, what do you want to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I'm really sorry, but was it quite priceless? Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience while paying a penny. It would seem you were not even found guilty. But there's no bright side. What do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper. Lower Van Zeeks. I forgot, you know, what facing a man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It's alright, Mr. Natsume. The Reaper appears trying to make you trouble. I will protect you. Yeah! Bitch, why do you do that again? That perfectly executed Suzato takedown. That's 7 now. Much as I like to being turned on my head, a bit of warning my next time I beat Mrs. Suzato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? Mention something about recounting your experiences with your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return home soon. My home soon. Oh? It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. Visited the university's libraries, bookshops. Been honored by the total ledge of professors. Learned so much about the wealth of the literature here. The city has shaped. I come to realize that my calling to sail home and to tell my friends and my countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Oh? Perhaps less veiled terms? You wish to withdraw from halfway around the world. Escape the terror of your Reaper's curse. That's not it at all. The more I learn about this literature, the more strange feeling calls me on my inside. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen my work on my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. It's gone. And what about you, Mrs. Sato, and yourself, Mr. Naruto? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? The tour's just barely begun. A week has not yet passed as we arrived in London. Only now does it feel like we finally found our feet. And are you accompanied in a hotel at present? Are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. Calculate how we afford there 10 nights and the entire budget is exhausted. Okay then, you can take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? But it lacks in windows. It's more makes up in the floor, ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, be happy to leave behind my cursed evil spirits. Oh my, an evil spirit. Oh yes. Tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's like infallible. Wake up, girl. I'm pretty sure that's gas seeping out. Well, think about it if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking the lodgings with me?
You have more room? Really? Really? Well, the vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up to the attic. It's up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it's just a store? Isn't just a storage loft? Spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter. I spoke with the landlady very much in the morning of price, and Iris is cleaning the room out as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. Yeah, actually we do. What an honor to be invited to the lodgings of the Great Detective's office. Attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out of it then. Is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Nesselman. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Now go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Nesselman. It shan't take long. Stop threatening me with that fist. Everybody's happy. Locum, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Nesselman, it's been a privilege meeting you here. It's a shame to have to go to say goodbye so soon. Well, I come to realize that I belong in Japan. Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellows, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruto? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. Doubt Mr. Asumi will be released in time for dinner this evening. I have little doubt. And so, with Sozeki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode Mr. Sholmes to what is to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Is this over yet? Almost. 20th February, 4:14 p.m. 4:41 p.m. the attic room. And there's a furnace or a stove or something. So this is to be our new office, yes. Office. Our office? I like the sound of that. Me too. Simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kasuma. It's only a small step, but I like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellas, how do you like the place? It's regular clothes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. Hey, I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We eat as soon as Mr. Hatsumi arrives. We'll have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. He looks almost normal. So, Mr. Naruhodo. How does it feel to have your own office in the capital? Very exciting, actually. Can't help but wondering what the adventures await us. Yeah, those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office in these premises. Till I discovered the dark truth of the city's London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you are well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruto. Welcome to London. Yeah, the shady shit's happened, Mr. McGriddle passing away. Of course, at that time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it was long before my turn came. To to lift the facade and see the truth from the murk behind. The end of this episode. Case number 5 coming up. Landed in London. The Adventures of the Unspeakable Story. That's the last one of the first game. Alright, thank you all for coming in, hanging out, lurking. Hope you have a good night. Hope you enjoyed the story. God, this episode is long.
So let's see. Took 8.5 hours plus 2 more hours, I think. Wait, no, we had more than that. I want to look back to last week. I want to see. 8.5 hours plus judgment, plus 2 hours. So 10 hours. 10.5 hours for this case. Alright, so thank you all for coming in, hanging out. Why am I lurking my own channel? Social. Be sure to check out my socials so you can see up to the stream changes and read the random stuff I post. Let's see who's on so we can raid for tonight. Mantello. Dark Kitten, she's on.